Undoing Harms, Opinion, The Hindu. As the center tries to fend off criticism that its Citizenship Amendment Act excludes Muslims from its beneficial provisions and quell strident protests, it must look for ways to undo the incalculable harm caused by fears set off by the law. Indications that it is open to suggestions on the rules to implement the CAA are welcome. However, these should not be confined to the proposed rules. The government must heed the call for meaningful changes that would dispel fears gripping the country, especially minorities. The stated objective is the fast-tracking of applications from minorities from 3 Muslim-majority neighborhood countries for citizenship by naturalization. Can't this be achieved without violating the Constitution or its secular ideals? A first step would be to further amend the Act, even by an ordinance, to drop its religion-specific wording, and make it explicit that the benefit would be open to all undocumented migrants who can prove persecution in their home countries. For allowing a Hindu, Sikh, Christian, Jain, Buddhist or Parsi to apply for citizenship after staying in the country for 6 years, there is no need to bar Muslims from making a similar claim. It is only an enabling law and does not oblige the government to grant citizenship to anyone. And Muslims and atheists have been persecuted in these and other countries by authorities and dominant sections. Regarding others such as Sri Lankan refugees, the legal bar on their applying for citizenship stands out. A 2004 amendment to the citizenship law introduced a clause that illegal migrants will not be eligible to apply for citizenship. The definition of illegal migrants, as those who arrived without valid travel documents, includes refugees. A provision of the present CAA is to remove this illegal tag from non-Muslim minorities from Bangladesh, Afghanistan and Pakistan. Dropping the reference to illegal migrants will automatically enable any refugee to apply for citizenship, subject to the residential requirement. Therefore, a general enabling provision to allow a relaxation of the minimum residency requirement will serve the purpose of considering citizenship to any persecuted people. This would be non-discriminatory, without obligation to grant citizenship. Finally, India should enact a refugee law wherein the right to live a life without fear or confinement can be protected. If the fear is that people may seek permanent asylum, the UNHCR can work with them officially for their voluntary repatriation, and without rendering long-term refugees ineligible for applying for citizenship. Finally, the government must end the process once the National Population Register is updated. It must give up the notion of a citizenship register. No good will come out of setting off a clamor for inclusion and panic over possible exclusion. That is a pain Indians of all persuasions can do without. Significant reversal, opinion, The Hindu. 3 years after Tata Sons Limited voted to remove Cyrus P. Mistry from his post as the executive chairman of the Tata Group's main holding company, the National Company Law Appellate Tribunal (NCLAT) last week declared his removal illegal, and ordered his reinstatement. The appellate body's decision to reverse the National Company Law Tribunal's ruling dismissing Mr. Mistry's challenge to his ouster, in October 2016, has far-reaching implications. For a start, the NCLAT has in no uncertain terms held that Tata Sons' affairs have been or are being conducted in a manner prejudicial and oppressive to members, including Mr. Mistry, is also prejudicial to the interests of the company and its group companies. By upholding the appellant's contention that the minority group of shareholders, the Shapoorji Pallonji SP Group, had been a victim of prejudicial and oppressive actions undertaken by the majority shareholders of Tata Sons, the NCLAT has struck a blow on behalf of the rights of all minority shareholders. terming the company effectively a quasi-partnership company. The Tata Group, through the Tata Trusts and other Tata entities and family members, holds 81% of Tata Sons' effective shareholding, while the SP Group owns 18%. The appellate body stressed the need for the Tata holding firm to operate as a two-group company that could provide checks and balances in the running of the businesses. The NCLAT's findings lay emphasis on greater transparency and adherence to governance norms, especially in the conduct of affairs at the controlling company of a large diversified conglomerate. Throughout its 172-page ruling, the appellate body has relied extensively on the correspondence between Mr. Mistry and the respondents, including his predecessor and interim replacement Ratan Tata, and its findings are hard to fault on facts. That the NCLT had in its ruling dismissing Mr. Mistry's plea made several disparaging and wholly unsubstantiated remarks against him also attracted censure from the appellate body, which expunged them entirely. The tribunal's language, reflecting a predisposition to view the Tata Group in a favorable light, points to the pressing need for a more dispassionate judiciary while dealing with corporate misdemeanors. With the Tata Group clear that it plans to challenge the NCLAT verdict, it will be left to the Supreme Court to have the final say on the conclusions of the NCLAT, particularly on the question of whether Tata Sons is in effect a quasi-partnership. This construct was, after all, the basis for the NCLAT's reasoning that the company had always been run on mutual trust and understanding between the Tata and SP groups, a trust that the appellate body would like to see restored post its ruling. Mixed signals on NRC opinion. The Hindu. Addressing a rally at Delhi's Ramlila Maidan on Sunday, Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that there have been no discussions on an All India National Register of Citizens (NRC) since the BJP-led government assumed power in 2014. He said that the NRC was implemented in Assam alone following the Supreme Court's orders. Is this statement accurate? Claims and counterclaims. On November 20, 2019, in a reply to a question by Rajya Sabha MP Swapan Dasgupta, Home Minister Amit Shah said that the NRC exercise would be carried out across India. He said that the Gazette notification of September 7, 2015, which was made in the case of Assam, would be applicable to the rest of India as well. The Prime Minister's remarks on the nationwide NRC, therefore, contradict what the Home Minister has been saying on the issue. Nationwide NRC also finds a mention in the BJP's 2019 election manifesto. Under the section, Combating Infiltration, the manifesto clearly mentions that NRC will be implemented across the country. The manifesto says, there has been a huge change in the cultural and linguistic identity of some areas due to illegal immigration, resulting in an adverse impact on local people's livelihood and employment. We will expeditiously complete the National Register of Citizens process in these areas on priority. In future we will implement the NRC in a phased manner in other parts of the country. The Prime Minister also denied the existence of detention centers in India. In response to a question by MD. Nadamal Haq in the Rajya Sabha on December 11, 2019, the Minister of State for Home Affairs, Nityanand Rai, said that the central government had circulated a document titled Model Detention, Holding Center Manual to all state and union territories on January 9, 2019. He also revealed in another answer in the House that, as on November 22, 2019, Assam already had 6 functioning detention centers with 988 foreigners lodged in them. In response to Mr. Haq, Mr. I also said that detention centers are set up by state governments, Union Territory Administration, UTs, as per requirement to detain illegal migrants or convicted foreigners pending deportation to their native country. Instructions have been issued to all state governments, UTs from time to time for setting up the detention centers. and states, UTs, will not require any specific approval from the MHA for setting up of such detention centers. He also said that the government has approved a detention center at Golpara in Assam at a budget of Rs. 46.5 crore. While referring to opposition among a section of the political class to the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019, Mr. Modi said, the very people opposing citizenship rights to refugees had supported in 2004 a move to deprive Jammu and Kashmir's women of rights if they married someone outside the state. His reference was perhaps to the Jammu and Kashmir Permanent Residence Disqualification Bill 2004. This contentious issue was adjudicated upon by the J&K High Court in 2002 in State and Others v. Dr. Sushila Sani. In that judgment, the court said that a daughter of a permanent resident marrying a non-permanent resident will not lose the status of permanent resident of the state of Jammu and Kashmir. The People's Democratic Party, which was in a coalition government with the Congress in 2004, brought the said bill to overturn the decision. The bill passed 47 to 34 in the lower house in the then state of J&K. However, partly due to opposition by the Congress, it lapsed in the upper house. Pirzada Muhammad Saeed, the Congress chief for J&K, was reported to have said, there are thousands of students studying in various states and some have married there. If we enact this law, it would create problems for them. Legally and morally, the Congress will not be part of any bill which is anti-women. Sen.summit@thehindu.co.in and narayanan.g@thehindu.co.in. A Hindu Critique of Hindutva, Opinion, The Hindu. The question I ask myself as we witness the assertion of the ideology of Hindutva and its resultant fear among minorities is this: is it possible to have yet another reading of my religion or the experience of religiosity and take part in a collective movement for creating a society filled with love, empathy and pluralism? This is both a socio-political and an ethico-existential question. At a time when the Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA) 2019 has caused fear and existential insecurity among the minorities, there is a danger of the movement against the discriminatory nature of the CAA degenerating into violent communal politics. Therefore, it is important to introspect and redefine one's politics, culture and religiosity for a collective struggle. Transcending limiting identities. Yes, there is a left Ambedkarite version of secularism, and many of us, university-educated, metropolitan intellectuals and civil society activists, are reasonably free from the burden of the conditioned mind that religious orthodoxy causes. Yet, a careful look at India's culture and society would indicate that religion is all-pervasive. It can be seen in beliefs, rituals as well as in the dangerous stereotypes we nurture about others. Hence, the mere act of debunking religion will not help. We need to rescue religion from zealots and rediscover the spirit of religiosity as, to use Rabindranath Tagore's language, our surplus. It is in this context that as someone born in a Hindu family, I would like to critique Hindutva or, for that matter, any deterministic, one-dimensional doctrine of religion. This critique emanates not from scientism or soulless secularism, but from deep religiosity, the urge to transcend limiting identities. The kind of Hindutva we see today is against some of the finest aspects of my religiosity that I learned as a Hindu. While the discourse of Hindutva with its hypermasculine nationalism is essentially monolithic and centralizing, I have learned about the beauty of the elasticity of human consciousness and merger of multiple faiths and paths from the likes of Ramakrishna Paramahansa. While the doctrine of militant Hindutva is recklessly engaged in an act of othering and stigmatizing Muslims, I have learned about love, empathy and listening from M.K. Gandhi's remarkably nuanced engagement with Hinduism. Likewise, while Hindutva intensifies aggression, Myris Bhajan's teach me that love and religiosity are not separate. The character of Anandamayi that Tagore created in his classic novel Gora makes me see the enchanting power of maternity, the current that absorbs everything. And hence, I begin to see the hollowness in the assertion of brute masculinity seen in instances of mob lynching by zealots, which ruthlessly denies the possibility of an evolutionary journey towards what Sri Aurobindo regarded as the divine consciousness. Yajnavalkya's conversation with Maitreyi in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad helps me conceive the depths of spirituality, the quest for the eternal, and also helps me see the ugliness in a doctrine that reduces religion into mere identity politics, or a weapon for intensifying the narcissistic ego of the Hindu nation. Engagement with the Bhagavad Gita acquires a different meaning. I see the ethos of Niskam Karma, or the spirit of work as an offering without selfish interests, in Gandhi's politico-spiritual pilgrimage to Noakhali in 1946, not in the calculative Machiavellian urge to build a temple at Ayodhya at the demolished site of the Babri Masjid. Moreover, there is a culture of conversation and argumentation in the broad tradition of Hinduism. While Nachiketa dared to converse with Yama, the proponents of Lokayata did argue with the followers of Vedanta. In a way, it is possible to be a Hindu with the spirit of pluralism and dialogue in our consciousness. Paradoxically, it is possible to be a Hindu, yet be a non-Hindu. This is why the ideology of Hindutva is not in conformity with religiosity as people's inner quest for moving towards a world of love and togetherness. We are passing through difficult times. First, as the CAA and the National Register of Citizens together indicate, the minority community has further been stigmatized. And in a society with a long history of the tension-ridden relationship between the two communities, the ghettoization of space and mind has further erected a huge wall of separation. Hence, the danger is that the anger against the CAA might take a communal turn, and it is not impossible for the nationalist media to project it as a conflict between patriotic Hindus and problematic Muslims. From Selampur in Delhi to Aligarh Muslim University in Uttar Pradesh, these Muslim sites might be immediately projected as war zones. And in a vicious cycle of humiliation and provocation, the minorities could feel more and more lonely. A culture of communion. Majoritarian Hindutva is not merely against Muslims, it is no less hostile to those Hindus who think and live differently. While some would be castigated as leftists, pseudo-secularists, and urban Naxals, the rest would be regarded as effeminate idealists, or Gandhian fools. Therefore, in such a situation, it is important to try to evolve a culture of communion between the two communities, and fight together for a better world. However, the discourse of communalism or a politics based on exclusivist religious identity, and even though majority communalism is immensely destructive, minority communalism is no answer to it, is essentially against this spirit of communion. Likewise, a soulless secularism which fails to deal with the religious, spiritual quest doesn't succeed much in touching people's hearts for inspiring them to create a new moral politics for collective redemption. In troubled and directionless times, Gandhi could tap the therapeutic power of religiosity and move towards this communion. He could be a Hindu, yet dialogic, experimental and elastic. In a way, as Nathuram Godse might have thought, he was also a non-Hindu. Likewise, I would imagine that a Muslim with true religiosity is equally eager to resist the attempt by the orthodox clergy or the fundamentalist elements to hijack the religious sphere. She ought to be inherently against the Talibanization of consciousness. Because true religiosity is the art of using the form, in order to be formless. Imagine a world where Kabir and Rumi, Gandhi and Maulana Azad, and Tagore and Nizamuddin Aulia work with us, become our educators, and inspire us to heal the world through the power of love and understanding. Even though in the age of dystopia it may appear to be impossible, it is a challenging task we ought to strive for. This is precisely the most important sadhana, or the meaning of being a Hindu, a seeker who seeks to break the iron cage of Hindutva or, for that matter, any other fundamentalist doctrine. Avijit Pathak is professor of sociology at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. The Three-Step Communal Game Plan, Opinion, The Hindu. The Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA) 2019, and the National Register of Citizens (NRC) are interconnected and twin measures. The Home Minister, Amit Shah, had repeatedly made this clear both in Parliament and outside. First, the Citizenship Amendment Bill would be adopted by Parliament, following which the NRC would be taken up. In the wake of widespread protests against the CAA, the central government is trying to obfuscate the issue of implementing the NRC. It is taking advantage of the lack of clarity and the inadequate information available on how the NRC is going to be implemented in the whole country. The Minister of State for Home Affairs, G. Kishan Reddy, has said, a countrywide NRC had not been notified so far and no one should fear. The government has put out advertisements in Hindi and Urdu newspapers stating that the NRC has not been announced yet, and if it is done so in future, then rules and regulations should be such that no Indian citizen is troubled. The NRC-NPR link. These and other such pronouncements are an exercise in disinformation. A crucial fact is that the NRC process begins with the compilation of the National Population Register, (NPR). This is the first stage of the NRC. The notification for preparing and updating the NPR was issued by the Registrar General of Citizen Registration on July 31, 2019. For this, house-to-house enumeration will be conducted throughout the country, except in Assam, for collection of information relating to all persons who are usually residing within the jurisdiction of the local registrar. This enumeration will be undertaken between the first day of April 2020 and September 30, 2020. The compilation of the NPR is a preliminary step towards preparing the NRC. On the basis of the NPR, the local register of Indian citizens will be finalized after due verification. This is the procedure set out under the Citizenship, Registration of Citizens and Issue of National Identity Cards, Rules 2003. So, from April 1, 2020 onwards, the National Register of Citizens process will begin with house-to-house enumeration for the National Population Register. It is important to note that, as per these rules, during the verification process, particulars of such individuals whose citizenship is deemed to be doubtful shall be entered by the local registrar with appropriate remarks in the population register for further enquiry, and in case of doubtful citizenship, the individual or the family shall be informed in a specified proforma immediately after the verification process is over. Another clause of these rules, 4.5, states that, every person or family specified in sub-rule 4, shall be given an opportunity of being heard by the subdistrict or taluk registrar of citizen registration, before a final decision is taken to include or to exclude their particulars in the National Register of Indian Citizens, emphasis added. Use of biometric data. 15 questions will be asked in the survey, including questions on the place of birth, the date of birth, and the name of the father and mother. The new edition will be eliciting the details of Aadhaar, which will then be cross-checked with the Unique Identification Authority of India (UIDAI) for verification of biometrics of the individual. So, the NPR compilation will also have the biometric data of those listed, which raises troubling questions. It is at the verification stage that communal profiling will take place in line with what the Home Minister had declared. The purpose of the NRC is to eliminate infiltrators, as against the Hindu refugees who will become eligible for citizenship under the CAA. Those summoned as doubtful citizens will have to go through the tortuous process of submitting proof of their citizenship. The NRC does not require any new law or amendment. It is already part of the Citizenship Act of 1955 through an amendment made during the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government in 2003. For the first time, the concept of a national register of citizens was introduced by making it compulsory to register every citizen of India and to issue a national identity card. Based on this, the rules for registration for citizenship were issued subsequently, in which provision was made for a national population register. Further, there is confusion created by the fact that the updation of the NPR is being done along with the census enumeration for 2021. It is the census authorities who undertake both these processes, but they are two separate things. The NPR is directly linked to the NRC. That the game plan of the BJP is to create a communal division in states such as West Bengal is absolutely clear. On the one hand, it claims that the NRC process will eliminate all those who are Muslim infiltrators from Bangladesh. On the other hand, by amending the Citizenship Act, Hindu migrants who have come from across the border over the decades will be given citizenship. Superfluous and expensive. The NRC process is being undertaken at a time when the Aadhaar identity card has already covered most of the population. There is also the elector's photo identity card issued by the Election Commission of India. The necessity for another citizenship register and identity card is superfluous. Moreover, it will entail a huge amount of expenditure. The NRC process is weighted against the poorest sections of the population, migrant labor, Adivasis living in remote areas, and other marginalized communities. The movement against the CAA has correctly linked it to the NRC. The CAA and the NRC must be seen in tandem. While the former would legitimize non-Muslim migrants as citizens, the NRC would target the so-called Muslim infiltrators. What the Narendra Modi government is aiming to do is to create a category of second-class citizens whose rights would be severely circumscribed. Prerogative of states. It is imperative that the communal agenda of the BJP and the central government is foiled. This requires stoppage of the NRC. An important step in this direction will be to halt the NPR process in the states. Several chief ministers have gone on record that they are opposed to the NRC. Even Nitish Kumar, Chief Minister of Bihar, and Naveen Patnaik, Chief Minister of Odisha, whose parties supported the CAA in Parliament, have said that they do not want the NRC. Already Pinarayi Vijayan, Chief Minister of Kerala, and Mamata Banerjee, Chief Minister of West Bengal, have announced that they are suspending the NPR process in their states. The work in the NPR gets halted since it is the state government which provides personnel for the enumeration and verification process. Other state governments should also do so. If the central government stands by the announcement that the NRC process has not begun, then it should withdraw the July 31, 2019 notification for the updation of the NPR. Prakash Karat is a Politburo member of the Communist Party of India, Marxist. Operation Twist, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published, December 23, 2019, 2 hours 20 minutes and 29 seconds am. The decision to ring-fence assets of companies comes at a time when there have been instances of government agencies initiating action against companies whose resolution process has been completed. On Thursday, the Reserve Bank of India announced its decision to conduct simultaneous purchase and sale of government securities for 10,000 crore rupees each under its open market operations (OMO), after a review of the current liquidity, market situation and evolving financial conditions. Financial markets perceive this as an Indian variant of Operation Twist, as the asset purchase program kicked off by the Kennedy administration in the U.S. in 1961 and later in 2011 by the U.S. Federal Reserve to help lower long-term interest rates, was called. The OMO as an instrument of monetary policy is aimed at either withdrawing liquidity or boosting it, including during periods of robust capital flows. The essential aim of such a program would be not just to influence long-term interest rates but also to provide a boost to the economy by making the cost of capital or funds cheaper for business and industry and other borrowers. These asset purchase or bond buying and selling programs were launched in the U.S. first during a recession and later during a prolonged slowdown, which India is now undergoing. The RBI has a far more compelling reason than just the slowdown to launch the latest program. Even after aggressively cutting its policy rate by 135 basis points this year, monetary policy transmission has been weak, with banks loath to lower rates significantly given the state of their balance sheets. That leaves the central bank with hardly any policy tools to influence rates. Moreover, for such a program to have an impact, there should be a well-functioning market for government securities with depth. The link between India's bond market and the real economy has been relatively weak, and making it worse as a half-functional financial sector now. Coupled with this is the large fiscal slippage, the fiscal deficit at the end of April-October this year at well over 100% of the budgeted target, the spike in inflation and toned-down projections of GDP growth. A program aimed at reducing long-term bond yields may only have limited impact as long as the government runs a large deficit, as the U.S. experience also shows. Globally, there is a growing recognition that central banks are running out of ammunition. The underlying message is clear. Delhi can't duck, the Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 23, 2019, 2 hours 30 minutes and 51 seconds am. The decision to ring-fence assets of companies comes at a time when there have been instances of government agencies initiating action against companies whose resolution process has been completed. The controversy over External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar's cancelled meeting with a U.S. congressional committee last week points to something more than an avoidable diplomatic incident. Jaishankar, who ran the Americas desk in the Foreign Office, served as ambassador there earlier in this decade, and led many Indian initiatives towards the U.S. as Foreign Secretary, knows Washington better than most in the government. Jaishankar's decision reflects India's emerging troubles with the U.S. Congress and more broadly with the liberal public opinion in the U.S. and beyond. Even assuming that some members of the Congress are targeting India on Kashmir, avoiding an engagement is only bound to make matters worse. The 435 members of the House of Representatives and the 100 members of the Senate tend to pronounce on all world matters. The U.S. legislature is an integral part of the government with substantive fiscal power and diplomatic influence. The U.S. Congress is, of course, open to persuasion on the conduct of American foreign policy. South Bloc is well aware of this. After all, Delhi has turned a hostile U.S. Congress into a formidable ally over the last quarter of a century. Until the early 1990s, the Congress routinely passed resolutions against India with substantive majorities on Kashmir, Punjab, human rights and nuclear proliferation. Within a decade, the Indian diaspora organized the largest country caucus in the Congress. Since then, there had been no anti-India resolutions on Kashmir or in support of Sikh separatism. The Congress also revised 3.5 decades of non-proliferation law to facilitate international civil nuclear cooperation with India. It became a champion of more intensive defense and security cooperation with Delhi. Now, the Narendra Modi government's politics of majoritarianism appears to be alienating critical sections in the U.S., including those who champion human rights and religious freedoms. Modi's policies are identified as Islamophobic by the American Muslim groups as well as liberal media. A new generation of Indian Americans is not willing to turn a blind eye to what are seen to be Delhi's egregious policies. Murmurs of concern across the American political spectrum during the first term of the Modi government have turned into vocal objections in the second, thanks to the rapid moves by the government on Kashmir, CAA and the NRC in the last 7 months. Political engagement alone may not be enough for changing the new negative dynamic in Washington. For, it is rooted in the belief that the Modi government is abandoning the political values that endeared India to the democratic world. The diplomatic kerfuffle in Washington last week is a reminder that the Modi government may be seriously underestimating the international consequences of its internal policies. In his speech at the capital's Ramlila Maidan on Sunday, PM Modi mentioned the toll the anti-CAA agitation could take on India's image abroad, and also spoke about recently improved ties with countries in the Muslim world. But his tone was accusatory. He sought to lay blame on the political opposition instead of acknowledging his government's responsibility to calm passions and lower the temperature. Pakistan court's conviction of Musharraf for treason is unprecedented and significant, The Indian Express. Written by Tilak Devashar, updated, December 23, 2019 10 hours 19 minutes and 4 seconds am. A special court in Pakistan has held Pervez Musharraf guilty of high treason and sentenced him to death. File. There are at least 4 firsts in the December 17 judgment, and in the detailed judgment on December 19, of the special court in Pakistan that held Pervez Musharraf guilty of high treason and sentenced him to death. This is the first case in Pakistan being tried under Article 6 of the Constitution that deals with treason and abrogation of the Constitution. It is the first time that an army chief is being tried for treason, and it is the first time that an army chief has actually been convicted. These 3 firsts are historic in themselves and will have important consequences for Pakistan's democratic evolution. The 4th element is the nature of the punishment. If Musharraf were to die before being punished, then his corpse is to be hung for 3 days in D Chowk in Islamabad. Not only is this prescription unusual but clearly in contravention of national and international law, and against every principle of human decency. Nawaz Sharif's government had filed a treason case against Musharraf on December 12, 2013, for suspension of the Constitution and proclamation of emergency on November 3, 2007. A 3-member special court indicted Musharraf in March 2014. The prosecution completed its case on September 18, 2014. Further proceedings, including the recording of Musharraf's statement, were stalled since he was allowed to leave the country for medical treatment to the United Arab Emirates in March 2016, with a nod from the courts. He has not returned since then. He was subsequently declared an absconder for failing to appear before the court despite multiple summons. Pakistan's legal system gave Musharraf every opportunity to defend himself either by personal appearance or even deposition by electronic and written means. Despite this, Musharraf did not return, citing health issues or security concerns, and neither did he make any deposition. Finally, in April 2019, the Supreme Court directed the special court to proceed against Musharraf even in his absence under Section 9 of the High Treason Punishment Act, 1973. Accordingly, the special court went ahead and on November 19 it reserved its verdict, to be announced on November 28. Realizing that the judgment was near, the Imran Khan government tried to bail out Musharraf. First, it sacked the entire prosecution team on October 23. The intention was to create legal lacunae to delay the case. However, the special court sidestepped this by taking the view that the prosecution's case was closed in September 2014. Second, in a bizarre move, on November 25, the government petitioned the Islamabad High Court (IHC) that the special court be restrained from passing final judgment and to suspend its proceedings until the formation of a new prosecution team. On November 27, a day before the special court was to announce its judgment, the IHC stopped it from issuing the verdict. The IHC directed the federal government to notify a new prosecution team by December 5 and ordered the special court to fix a date, for affording a reasonable opportunity of hearing, to the notified prosecution team as well as the counsel appointed for Musharraf. The question being asked was, how could a government that lost no opportunity to portray itself as a champion of insaf or justice, and was determined to punish the privileged few, try and delay if not subvert the decision in Musharraf's case? This was a shocking U-turn even for Imran Khan, who has many such U-turns under his belt. Musharraf can appeal against the decision but will have to return to Pakistan to do so. It is unlikely that he will. It is also unlikely that he will be extradited from the UAE. Hence, implementation of the decision is problematic. Government ministers have indicated that they will file a reference against the judge of the special court who had advocated the peculiar nature of carrying out the punishment besides challenging the verdict in the Supreme Court. The latter would be unprecedented since it would mean that one party, the government prosecution, after having won its case, will appeal against its own victory. While legal challenges and judicial reviews are possible and the final outcome may well differ from the special court judgment, the fact remains that a verdict holding an army chief guilty of treason has been delivered. It will go into the law books. The real import of the judgment is the strong message it sends to army chiefs. This will make them hesitate before abrogating the constitution. The chiefs will thus have to rest content with pulling the strings from behind the scene. Musharraf's case, seen in conjunction with the case pertaining to the extension of Army Chief General Qamar Bawa, has definitely sullied the institutional image and charisma of the army in Pakistan. Both cases give the impression of judicial independence and assertion. Yet the army is bound to find a way to rescue its image and clout in the system. Storage facilities for Rabi onions must be created on a massive scale. The Indian Express. Written by Ashok Gulati, Harshvardhan, updated, December 23, 2019, 10 hours 10 minutes and 47 seconds am. The failure to control spiking onion prices, it has crossed Rs 100 per kilograms in several retail markets, has become a nightmare for the central government. Illustration, C.R. Sasikumar. The failure to control spiking onion prices, it has crossed Rs 100 per kilograms in several retail markets, has become a nightmare for the central government. Interestingly, during this period, an old video of Prime Minister Narendra Modi criticizing the then UPA government on the same issue has gone viral on social media. The PM is seen saying, "Now, we have to open lockers for onions too, and keep the onions locked in the house, and when guests come, they should only be served with its fragrance." This UPA government is capable of giving tears without onions. Look at their sins, their claws have snatched onions from India's poor who used to survive by consuming bajra, wheat, jowar, maize rotis with onions. Those who have snatched away onions from the poor, there is a need to wipe away their sultanates from entire India. Now, when he himself is in power and retail prices of onion have gone through the roof, PM Modi is silent. This shows that while it is easy to criticize others, policy making is a tough job that requires humility, a proper understanding of the issues, and must be backed by resources and the implementation of a sound strategy in a sustainable manner. In this article, we discuss how future fiascos with regard to onions can be avoided. The current spike in onion prices could have been anticipated. But let us first recount the trajectory of onion prices over the last few months. When retail prices touched 50 rupees minus 60 per kilograms in September-October, the government imposed minimum export price (MEP), put stocking limits on retailers and wholesalers, and then banned onion exports. However, when these measures failed to tame onion prices, even income tax raids were conducted on traders. Figure 1. This shows the bankruptcy of ideas in policy making. Such a situation has arisen almost every alternate year, but we have refused to learn. As finance minister, the late Arun Jaitley had announced and allocated 500 crore rupees for Operation Green in the 2018 union budget precisely to stabilize the prices of tomatoes, onions and potatoes. Top. The scheme was to be implemented by the Ministry of Food Processing, but their website shows that the money has still not been released. The current spike in onion prices could have been anticipated. The Horticulture Statistics Division had reported 7% lower kharif acreage compared to the previous year, 2.73 lakh ha, in major onion-growing states, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat and Rajasthan. Due to heavy rains in September, October, almost 58% of the kharif onions in MP, 18% in Karnataka and 2% in AP were damaged. Besides, continuous rains led to a delay in harvesting in Maharashtra. The government woke up to the problem late and directed MMTC to import 1 lakh million tons, MT, of onions. With relaxed fumigation norms, onions are being imported from Afghanistan, Turkey, and Egypt. The question is at what price MMTC will import the onions and dump it on the Indian market. India is already the largest exporter of onions in the world with average exports of 2 MMT a year. Figure 2. Instead of banning exports, it is better to keep imports open so that when domestic prices rise unduly, private trade can start importing rather than waiting for the government to take a delayed decision. This way, India can remain a reliable exporter, which will help farmers get better prices on a sustainable basis. Abrupt export bans are not only anti-farmer but actually reflect the failure of government policy. To take care of consumers' interests, India needs to build proper value chains as envisaged under Operation Green. So, what needs to be done to safeguard the interests of farmers as well as consumers? First, storage facilities for Rabi onions must be created on massive scale, both at the farmer's end as well as with traders. When prices were hovering around 4 rupees -5 per kilograms in April-May, the government could have purchased onions at, say, 10 rupees per kilogram and stored the stock in modern, private sector godowns. However, repeated stocking limits and raids discourage private investment in modern cold storages. For encouraging private storages, the Essential Commodities Act has to go, and if traders collude, let the Competition Commission of India (CCI), and not income tax officials, look into this. Second, the government needs to promote the use of dehydrated onions, flakes, powder, granules, among urban households and bulk consumers, armed forces, hospitals, hotels and restaurants, etc. As onions are sensitive commodities, the government should also keep a buffer stock of dehydrated onions, which have a much longer shelf life. Also, 1 kilogram of dehydrated onion equals 10 kilograms of fresh onions. This is the right time to promote their use. With more than 100 units, Mahuva in Gujarat is already a hub for the dehydrated onion industry. But with low international demand and negligible domestic demand, these units have high pile-up of the previous year's stocks. On the contrary, Jain Irrigation emerged as the largest dehydrated onion company in India, engaging small and marginal farmers on contract. The price to be paid to growers is assured by the company even before planting. And if the market price after harvest is higher than the assured price, then farmers get a price that is 60 paise per kilogram less than the market price. Such models of contract farming reduce market risk and need to be scaled up. Third, small and marginal farmers should be organized in farmer-producer organizations, and direct buying by organized retailers should be encouraged through contract farming, bypassing the mandi system. Additionally, market reforms along with overhauling the infrastructure of existing APMC mandis are required. After over 5 years in office, the Modi government has missed the golden opportunity of carrying out APMC reforms in the large number of states it ruled, and this opportunity is slipping further by the day. Without that, the prospects of unified national markets, stabilizing prices or ensuring a fair price to farmers and consumers are bleak. It is time to wake up from the onion nightmare and work towards more sustainable solutions, rather than knee-jerk measures. Jharkhand signals, on assembly election results, The Hindu. The Bharatiya Janata Party (BJP)'s defeat in Jharkhand at the hands of the Congress Jharkhand Mukti Morcha Rashtriya Janata Dal Alliance, 7 months after it won 51.6% votes in the Lok Sabha election, follows a now familiar pattern. The BJP does much better in Lok Sabha elections than in assembly elections if one goes by the outcomes in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra and Haryana over the last year. Jharkhand, like Maharashtra, is also an example of the increasing distrust between the BJP and allies. The BJP's ally, All Jharkhand Students' Union, parted ways with it following the Lok Sabha election, contributing to its defeat. Its unyielding approach towards allies has a certain appeal, but many communities and interest groups find it as hubris, for good reasons. Conflicting demands of social groups are easier to overcome for the BJP when it manages to place itself as the sole torch-bearer of national interest and pride in parliament elections. Nationalist bluster has limited appeal in state elections, and questions of livelihood and ethnic autonomy significantly influence voter choices, it appears. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's popularity and rhetorical flourish may still win elections for himself, but state elections have different dynamics. In Jharkhand, outgoing Chief Minister Raghubar Das's unpopularity made the BJP's downfall quite predictable. Mr. Modi tried to make up for the governance deficiency by making communal appeals during the campaign. He insinuated that only Muslims were behind the violence in protests against the Citizenship Amendment Act. The BJP bit the dust nevertheless. Mr. Das, the first non-tribal CM of the state that was formed with the objective of accelerating welfare for indigenous communities, ran a government that only strengthened the perception that the BJP had little sympathy for them. Simultaneously, the BJP and the Sangh Parivar also sought to deepen religious fault lines in the state, between Christian and non-Christian tribals on the one hand, and against Muslims in the name of cow protection on the other. The state witnessed some abhorrent incidents of mob lynching under the BJP. To top it all, the BJP failed to keep its own house in order. Longtime party loyalist Saryu Rai resigned from the party and defeated Mr. Das. The win is a breather for the opposition, which is struggling to formulate a nationwide and coherent strategy against the BJP on the CAA and the proposed National Register of Citizens. But it may not be accurate to interpret the outcome as the sign of any countrywide mood against the BJP. There is no proof yet that the opposition has gained enough momentum to challenge the BJP's defining ability to build up mega campaigns on sentimental issues and eclipse material questions and diversity in aspirations. Brexit on fast track, on passage of deal in UK Parliament, The Hindu. With the passage of Prime Minister Boris Johnson's Brexit deal in British Parliament, it is now almost certain that the country would exit the European Union (EU) on or before the current deadline, January 31. Mr. Johnson became Prime Minister after his predecessor Theresa May's repeated attempts to get lawmakers' support for her Brexit deal failed. Mr. Johnson first reached a new agreement with the EU and then called fresh elections. With his party's resounding win in the parliamentary election and a surge in the number of Brexiteers among Conservative lawmakers, the passage of the bill in the House of Commons was a mere formality. The deal got the support of 358 lawmakers against 234. The agreement deals with issues such as citizens' rights, the settlement amount the UK has agreed to pay the EU, and an arrangement to avoid physical barriers between the Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, and the Republic of Ireland, an EU member. The accord will be put on vote in the House of Commons once more, and then the upper chamber, the House of Lords, will vote on it. The formalities in the UK are expected to be over by early January, and the deal will then go to the EU Parliament. Once the EU lawmakers ratify it, which is expected on January 29, the UK will formally exit the Union. A formal exit, however, doesn't mean that the tedious Brexit process is over. Even after January 31, the UK will continue to remain in the EU's single market and customs union, at least for 11 months. This means trade will continue as usual. Mr. Johnson's biggest challenge is to reach another agreement with the EU on the country's future relationship with the bloc. He has ruled out extending talks beyond the December 31, 2020 deadline, which means a no-deal exit can still not be ruled out. Furthermore, Mr. Johnson faces legislative and political challenges ahead even if the current deal goes through the EU hurdle. His government has to pass a series of new legislation replacing the existing EU laws. He should also be mindful of the impact his deal may have on the delicate peace in Northern Ireland. Desperate to secure a complete break with the EU customs union while at the same avoiding a physical barrier between the two Irelands, Mr. Johnson's deal seeks to erect a customs border between Great Britain and the island of Ireland. This has already irked the Unionists and strengthened the nationalists in Northern Ireland. The uncertainty over Brexit is now over. But the uncertainty on how Brexit will happen still remains. Mr. Johnson may like to wrap up Brexit at a breakneck speed, but he should be mindful of these speed breakers. If not, the economic and political costs of Brexit could be huge. Safeguarding constitutional morality, the Hindu. The post-poll developments in Maharashtra and the hastily passed CAA have been in conflict with constitutional values. On the occasion of Constitution Day, at a joint sitting of Parliament to mark the 70th anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution, President Ram Nath Kovind, quoting B.R. Ambedkar, made a significant observation that all three organs of the state, persons occupying constitutional posts, civil society members, and citizens should abide by constitutional morality. The reiteration by the President of an essential truth came not a moment too soon. Concerns are increasingly being voiced by different segments of people regarding violations of the Constitution by those in authority. Concerns about the future of democracy and democratic traditions are, no doubt, growing across the world. In quite a few democracies, moreover, one can also perceive a decrease in democratic freedoms and a trend in favor of a liberal populism. India was hitherto perceived to be an exception to this, being protected by safeguards found in its constitution, the product of a constituent assembly that consisted of not only the best legal minds, but also of compassionate individuals who espoused the finest human values. Article 370, and after. Recent developments in India, however, seem to singe, without as yet undermining, the basic structure and principles of the Constitution. Steps need to be taken expeditiously to prevent any further slide. For instance, much has been made of the fact of diluting Article 370, that it was a temporary provision. The reality is that it was, nevertheless, a provision made in the Constitution for a specific purpose, which clearly required more detailed and careful treatment before being peremptorily invalidated. Even if the end justified the means, the haste was unwarranted. Again, while the Indian constitution provides for a federal system with a unitary bias, the central and state governments both derive their authority from the constitution. This implies that states are not exactly subordinate to the center. Splitting Jammu and Kashmir, J&K, into two union territories, without due consultation with different segments and shades of opinion there, including its political leadership, ran contrary to this essential principle. It violated the spirit, if not the letter, of the Constitution. Furthermore, while secularism is becoming an ugly word today in many parts of the globe, we in India were free of any such bias. Lately, it would seem that some of these biases are beginning to emerge in many circles in India as well, undermining our long-held secular precepts. In its seminal judgment in the Kesavananda Bharati v. State of Kerala case, 1973, the Supreme Court held that secularism is part of the basic structure of the Constitution and cannot be trifled with in the name of security or other considerations. These are all portents of danger, and call for a great deal of introspection. They merit a calibrated response. Unfortunately, this does not seem to be happening. Those in authority would do well to heed the warning given by former President Pranab Mukherjee while delivering the second Atal Bihari Vajpayee Memorial Lecture that, a numerical majority in elections gives you the right to make a stable government. The lack of popular majority forbids you from a majoritarian government. That is the message and essence of our parliamentary democracy. Drama in Maharashtra. Constitutional capers are aggravating this situation. The unfortunate drama enacted after the Maharashtra State Assembly results were announced could have been avoided if constitutional proprieties were adhered to. A pre-election alliance of the BJP Shiv Sena had secured a majority, but the inability of the two allies to resolve issues relating to sharing of power led to a breakdown. President's rule had to be invoked. Later, after a compromise was reached between the Shiv Sena, the Nationalist Congress Party, NCP, and the Congress to form a government, the president's rule was revoked in a midnight charade using the Prime Minister's special powers, and a BJP-led government was sworn in. The state also witnessed unseemly incidents such as sequestering of MLAs who were taken to safe havens to avoid poaching in the event of a trial of strength in the assembly. That the attempt to impose a BJP-led government did not succeed is less important than the fact that provisions of the Constitution and the position of constitutional functionaries had been compromised. A still more expedient experiment, which conflicts with some of the basic precepts contained in the Constitution, has been the passage of the Citizenship Amendment Act, CAA. On the face of it, the CAA only makes it easier for refugees from countries such as Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan to gain Indian citizenship. The fine point, however, is that it excludes certain categories, such as Muslims. This denies people belonging to one particular religion recourse to the new law. While the CAA implicitly violates India's liberal traditions, when combined with the move to compile a national register of citizens, it carries an ominous ring. Many experts had apparently warned that the proposals were in violation of the Constitution, but these warnings were not heeded. That the Citizenship Amendment Bill passed through both the houses without any detailed debate or discussion thereafter is, hence, unfortunate, giving an impression that a majority in Parliament is adequate to push through acts which may or may not be in tune with the Constitution. A study was needed. Whatever be the merits or demerits of the CAA, given India's many-layered democracy and the existence of different religious communities spread across different regions of the country, a more detailed and in-depth study was called for before pushing through such a key measure. Granting citizenship may be the sole discretion of the center, with the states having no role. Yet this could still be unconstitutional if it violates Articles 8 and 14 of the Constitution. The violence in varying degrees of intensity that has erupted across the nation is a testimony to the divisive nature of this latest piece of legislation. The issue of refugees from neighboring countries has been pending for long. No satisfactory outcomes were readily forthcoming. Given that the Constitution has been the guarantor of equal treatment to people of all religions and regions, and irrespective of geography and history, the issue of refugees called for not only greater understanding, but also more time, so that the fundamental principles of the Constitution were not violated. While piloting the bill, the Home Minister had mentioned that, if the Congress had not divided this country on the basis of religion, there would have been no need to bring in this bill. This is hardly a valid argument. On the other hand, it raises more questions as to what were the real reasons behind the enactment of the Act. What is also not understood is the haste with which the bill was pushed through Parliament. India has been grappling with several more critical issues in recent months, including the state of its economy. To raise this matter at this time seemed uncalled for. At this juncture, it may be worthwhile to quote Winston Churchill, "The price of greatness is responsibility." Is India acting responsibly? M.K. Narayanan is a former National Security Advisor and former Governor of West Bengal. Periyar, the hero of Vaikom, the Hindu. On his death anniversary, remembering a leader who gave new life to a sagging movement. To people in Kerala, Vaikom is associated with the name of the great Malayalam writer, Muhammad Bashir. The historically minded would associate it with an important satyagraha during the freedom struggle. In Tamil Nadu, it conjures up the bearded figure of Periyar E.V. Ramasamy, September 17, 1879 to December 24, 1973. Vaikom is a metaphor for social justice, when scores of satyagrahis from the Tamil country joined hands with their brethren in a heroic struggle. Vaikom was then in the princely state of Travancore. The 4 streets surrounding the temple of the presiding deity, Lord Mahadeva, were out of bounds for Ezavas and other castes counted as ritually lower. In 1924, a satyagraha was launched against this injustice by T.K. Madhavan. It lasted for 18 months. In the initial stages, K.P. Kesava Menon and George Joseph led the struggle. Other prominent figures included Karur Neelakanthan Nambudiri and Minathu Pamanappan. Towards the end, M.K. Gandhi reached Vaikom and gave it the finishing flourish. Leadership at a critical juncture. The satyagraha began on March 30 with the active support of the Kerala Pradesh Congress Committee. But within a week all its leaders were behind bars. While George Joseph sought directions from Gandhi and C. Rajagopalachari, he wrote to Periyar pleading with him to lead the satyagraha. Periyar was in the midst of political work when Joseph's missive reached him. As he was then the president of the Tamil Nadu Congress Committee, Periyar handed over temporary charge to Rajaji before reaching Vaikom on April 13, 1924. From that date to the day of the victory celebrations, November 29, 1925, he was in the thick of the struggle, giving it leadership at a critical juncture. Periyar presided over the satyagraha in the face of untold violence and indignity inflicted by the orthodox and the repression of the police. To mobilize support, he visited villages in and around Vaikom and delivered public speeches in several towns. His campaign tour stretched to Tiruvananthapuram and even further to Nagercoil. When the Kerala leaders asked for Gandhi's permission to make the satyagraha an all-India affair, Gandhi refused, saying that volunteers from Tamil Nadu would keep it alive. The Mahatma was not wrong. As the British resident said in his report to the government of Madras, in fact, the movement would have collapsed long ago but for the support it has received from outside Travancore. Historian T.K. Ravindran observes that Periyar's arrival gave a new life to the movement. What was Periyar's role in the satyagraha? He made a cogent and compelling case for it. He used his wit and folk logic to punch holes in the argument of the orthodox. The speeches reported by the secret police and the press make for interesting reading nearly a century later. As his campaign met with an enthusiastic response, the government imposed prohibitory orders on him. He was externed from Kottayam district and then Kollam. Unmindful, he continued his campaign. An angry administration arrested him on May 21. Periyar refused to cooperate with the court, saying that the trial was no more than an eyewash, and braved the magistrate to inflict any punishment. On May 22, he was awarded a month's simple imprisonment, which he spent at Arukati jail. On his release, Periyar went to Vaikom rather than to his hometown of Erode, much to the chagrin of the district magistrate, who chided the police superintendent for this. As Periyar showed no sign of slackening, he was arrested 27 days later, on July 18. This time he was sentenced to 4 months of rigorous imprisonment and lodged in Tiruvananthapuram Central Jail. While fellow satyagrahis were treated as political prisoners, Periyar was denied this status. Rajaji wrote in a letter to the Hindu that Periyar was condemned to rigorous imprisonment and irons and jail clothing, and to deprive him of all society, to which other satyagraha prisoners were rightly deemed entitled as totally unjustifiable. Infuriated by this discriminatory treatment, fellow prisoner Kesava Menon wrote to the government expressing objection, but to no avail. The indignities continued until all the satyagrahis were released, when the minor king Kshathira Tirunal ascended the throne. Periyar continued his campaign in Vaikom apart from Nadunganda and Nagarkoil. On September 10, he returned to Erode, where he was again arrested, but this time by the British Indian police for a seditious speech delivered earlier. It was but a ploy to keep him away from Vaikom. At the forefront, Periyar was in the forefront of every aspect of the struggle. As president of the Tamil Nadu Congress Committee, he arranged for a contribution of 1,000 rupees. He was part of every consultative meeting, peace committee, campaign party, etc., including the 8-member deputation constituted to meet the Dewan. Every major personality who came to Vaikom met with Periyar. This included Swami Shraddhananda of the Arya Samaj. Rajaji met Periyar in prison before proceeding to Vaikom. Gandhi too consulted him during his visit. Periyar had received Gandhi at Erode, March 8, 1925, on his way to Vaikom, joining him later at Varkala on March 12. The police superintendent records that Periyar was present in the small closed-door meeting of Gandhi with Sri Narayana Guru. Periyar recalled on many occasions that Gandhi had consulted him before his all-important meeting with Maharani Regent. It should be added that his wife Nagamal and his sister Sr. Kanamal were with him for much of the agitation, apart from offering satyagraha themselves. When, following an agreement between Gandhi and the police, the prohibition order against Periyar, which had been in place for over a year, was withdrawn, Gandhi wrote in Young India, April 23, 1925, "The reader will be glad to learn that the Travancore government have withdrawn the prohibition order against Sjt. Ramaswamy Naikar." The satyagraha ended in partial victory in November 1925. 3 out of 4 streets were thrown open. Nevertheless, it was an important step. Final victory came 11 years later with the Travancore Temple Entry Proclamation of 1936. By that time, not only had Periyar become a bitter critic of Gandhi, but even his views on satyagraha changed. Periyar had arrived at Vaikom, on invitation, and had given a new life to a sagging movement. He was jailed twice, and was the only person to be sentenced to rigorous imprisonment. From available evidence we know that he visited Vaikom 7 times. Of the 114 days that he devoted to the struggle, he languished in prison for 74 days. Apart from being the only leader from outside the state to be invited to the victory celebrations, he was even asked to preside over it. No wonder Thiru V. Kalyanasundara Mudaliar, the great journalist and labor leader, called him the Vaikom Veerar, the hero of Vaikom, even at the time of the struggle. This essay draws from the author's full-length Tamil book Vaikom Poradam, Kalachuvadu Pathapagam. Translated by A.R. Venkatachalapathy. A decision without forethought. The Hindu. The government's decision to implement the CAA has thrown the Northeast into turmoil and shaken investor confidence. Every cause has an effect, and that is why every government decision must be preceded by careful thought about its potential repercussions. The Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA) of 2019 has had huge consequences on both the domestic and foreign policy front. In India, widespread protests that began in the Northeast are now raging across the country. On the international front, soon after the protests broke out, two Bangladesh ministers cancelled their visit to India, the Japanese Prime Minister postponed his visit to the country, and the annual India-Japan summit was cancelled. From the perspective of India's ambitious development plans and strategic diplomacy, the question that arises is whether the central government factored in the ramifications of the CAA on India's Act East policy and its potential side effects on the country's relationship with foreign stakeholders heavily invested in the Northeast. Repercussions on various fronts. Apart from being the unique region that links India with ASEAN nations, the Northeast is also the springboard for India's engagement with Southeast Asia. This is precisely why New Delhi roped in Tokyo to fulfill its ambitious plan of expanding its global footprints via development in the Northeast. As part of its free and open Indo-Pacific strategy, Japan has been investing in the Northeast in a big way. Recently, Tokyo decided to invest 13,000 crore rupees in different projects in the Northeast. The Japan International Cooperation Agency (JICA) is actively engaged in building Northeast road network connectivity, water supply projects, and economic modernization of the region. It will be financing the construction of India's longest bridge between Dhubri in Assam and Fulbari in Meghalaya. Japan has contributed official development assistance loans for the Northeast Road Network Connectivity Improvement Project. Private Japanese organizations are also financing a host of developmental projects in the region. It is but natural that the CAA protests and internet shutdowns in the region would have come as a huge shock to Japan and its investment plans in the region, which hinge on stability and a business-friendly environment conducive. Given these considerations, the government could have done well to analyze how such a decision would affect the economic development of the Northeast. Second, in case Japan has a rethink on these development projects, will it do so keeping in mind only the Northeast or the rest of India too? JICA is involved in various big-ticket infrastructure projects in Himachal Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Odisha, etc. Third, the volatility of the Northeast can possibly be a setback to the collaborative efforts between India and Japan in providing an alternative to China's Belt and Road Initiative. Fourth, besides being a development partner, Japan is also a member of the Quad, which came into existence to counter Chinese economic prowess and unlock India's potential in the Indo-Pacific. Last and most importantly, when Kashmir is already volatile, can India afford to open another frontier of vulnerability in the Northeast? Clearly, the government did not take various stakeholders into confidence while taking this decision. The proof of messy diplomatic pudding is in the eating, as the UN has described the CAA as fundamentally discriminatory. The US, the UK, Canada and others have issued travel advisories to those visiting the Northeast. Why did the government not utilize diplomatic channels to put forth its views before the stakeholders in the international community? Had it done this, it could have avoided the embarrassment it is facing today. It is high time that decision-makers of the BJP learned the basic difference between raw muscularity and successful diplomacy before taking such measures. Viewed with suspicion. The blunders of the BJP government are straining and staining India's foreign policy. India has been described as the internet shutdown capital of the world. Senior political leaders are under detention, Parliament is passing laws to grant religion-based citizenship to migrants of selected countries, and the youth of the country is out on the streets protesting. Will all this not shake investors' confidence and dent the ease of doing business in India? The Indian economy is already going through a rough phase, and the loss of investor confidence will only add to our woes. At the global level, India has always been respected for its diversity and inclusive character. It is because of parochial decisions like the CAA that India will now join the rank of nations which are viewed with suspicion because of their political and economic climate. Instead of being on an expansion mode, thanks to the government, India will now be on an explanatory mode. Javer Shergill is a Supreme Court lawyer and national spokesperson, Inc. Views are personal. Way from Ranchi, The Indian Express. By Editorial, updated, December 24, 2019, 11 hours 15 minutes and 50 seconds am. There are lessons for the BJP in the Jharkhand loss. The Jharkhand result should worry the BJP, not least because it has been losing assembly elections and allies since 2017-18. The loss of Jharkhand will rankle particularly, since the BJP had 11 of the 14 Lok Sabha seats in the state in May and provided a stable government for the full 5-year term, a first since the state was formed in 2000. The defeat may also have come at an inopportune time for the party. Neighboring Bihar, where the BJP is in office in alliance with the JDU, is headed to polls next year. The gains in Jharkhand will be a boost for the opposition, which, since the drubbing in the general election, has been lying low. Try watching this video on, or enable JavaScript if it is disabled in your browser. There are lessons for the BJP in the Jharkhand loss. 1. The party's over-reliance on a single leader, Narendra Modi, for mobilizing votes, is problematic in the states. Voters, clearly, make a distinction between national and state elections, and national trends are not necessarily replicated in the states. Local issues can carry greater salience in the assembly election than so-called national issues. Modi and Amit Shah campaigned primarily on national security, including the CAA and NRC, whereas the Gathbandhan, the JMM, Congress and RJD, focused on local concerns, particularly unemployment, land alienation of tribals, failures in the delivery of public goods. The BJP projected Raghubar Das as its sole face in the state, but the move triggered dissent within the party. 2. The election may also be read as a reminder of the usefulness of alliances in a fragmented polity. The Gathbandhan's success is largely the result of a well-crafted coalition, whereas the BJP, once famed for its skill in building alliances, was handicapped by the absence of allies. It failed to reach a seat-sharing arrangement with the All Jharkhand Students' Union Party, AJSUP, its partner in office, and that hurt both the parties. The AJSUP mopped up nearly 8% of the vote. States voting differently in the general election and in assembly polls is an indication of a powerful federal impulse that seems to have survived the BJP's push for the centralization of politics and governance. The Maharashtra and Jharkhand outcomes suggest that ignoring regional factors, and parties, could prove costly. For all the latest opinion news, download Indian Express app. Tags: Citizenship Amendment Act, Jharkhand Assembly Elections, Us versus Us, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published, December 24, 2019, 4 hours 10 minutes and 19 seconds am. The furore over the citizenship law, the PM said, implicitly, explicitly, was a conspiracy to unseat him from power. All speeches are made of what is said and what is not. On the day after, therefore, listen closely to both Prime Minister Narendra Modi's words, and his silences, at Ramlila Maidan in the national capital on Sunday. The seething backdrop, still unfolding, is the spiraling agitation and anger, expressed in university campuses and outside, by mostly young people, against the law fast-tracking citizenship for non-Muslim persecuted minorities from 3 Muslim-dominated neighboring countries and the BJP government's oft-stated threat to extend nationwide the national citizenship register process in Assam. While PM Modi apparently distanced himself from his own home minister, and his party's manifesto, among others, when he denied that the NRC was being talked about by the ruling regime, a sign, perhaps, of retreat in the face of the protests, what he didn't say was even more significant and controversial: he did not say there would be no NRC. In other words, having passed a law that makes religion, for the very first time, the basis for giving citizenship to foreigners, the BJP government reserves the right to bring an NRC which would unsettle large swaths of the country's own minorities and poor at a moment of its choosing. It keeps with itself the power to pick out the Ghuspathia, infiltrator, from the Sharanarthi, refugee. This central message was amplified by several other things that the PM said, and didn't say. From the podium on Sunday, he addressed, "Ye log, inki rajniti, inka rad," these people, their politics and motives, naming the Congress and its allies, and Didi, or West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. He did not speak to the agitators, denying them agency and suggesting they are mere puppets pulled by strings part ke piche, in the dark, or at the mercy of a remote control. He exhorted his audience to demonstrate their respect for the policemen battling protesters on the street, and for elected MPs in parliament who passed the cab. He did not urge or express respect, or empathy, for the young people who are opposing the law by taking on the might of the state, and its brutality, mostly peacefully, and sometimes by holding aloft the constitution and the tricolor. In fact, PM Modi did make a mention of those who are waving the tricolor as they oppose a discriminatory law. "Ye hai hai Kasauti, this is the test," he said, adding a new nationalism test to the old. If earlier, those whom he had in an earlier speech identified on the basis of their clothes, and also, urban Naxals, were challenged to prove their patriotism by holding up the flag and, quite literally, by singing the national anthem, now they would also be asked, as the PM did on Sunday, have you criticized terror, raised your voice against Pakistan, while holding the flag? Finally, the PM employed a tactic he has used several times before. He personalized the issue, put himself at the center. The furore over the citizenship law, he said, implicitly, explicitly, was a conspiracy to unseat him from power. The PM has said his piece. Lost in translation, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published, December 24, 2019, 4 hours 15 minutes and 7 seconds am. Language, as many philosophers, linguists and anthropologists have shown, goes beyond merely labeling and describing an inner narrative. The human condition, it appears, is not amenable to translation. A study published in Science last week found that words referring to emotions, love, anger, hate, surprise, fear, are understood in vastly different ways across language groups. Love, for example, is closer to liking and fondness in Indo-European languages and akin to pity in Austronesian languages. Imagine, if you will, whispering sweet nothings to a paramour, and your words instead of being taken as an expression of joy are confused as being patronizing. But more than the immediate interpersonal concerns, the study challenges the notion that there can be universal values, that true communication is possible between people who come from vastly different contexts. So, while yelling, "surprise!" at a party is meant to invoke a startled sense of joy, for many it only means anxiety, which in turn could be associated with either fear or regret depending on the language group. If we can't understand what people feel, how they react to love, death, melancholy and danger, how can we have themes that resonate across the world? And have the millions who read Crime and Punishment in translation, and felt the despair of Raskolnikov, felt something somehow less real than the creators intended. Not all is lost, though. Language, as many philosophers, linguists and anthropologists have shown, goes beyond merely labeling and describing an inner narrative. It is in communication, through context, metaphor, body language and empathy, that new worlds open up for people, and they realize how they really feel. Besides, in the age of techno-symbolism, a new more direct form of communication for emotional states is emerging. Despite losing assembly elections, BJP has been successful in setting the agenda. The Indian Express. Written by Shuhas Palshikar, updated, December 24, 2019, 12 hours 28 minutes and 48 seconds p.m. Former Jharkhand Chief Minister Raghubar Das campaigns in Hazaribagh district of Jharkhand on Sunday. PTI. If the middle of the year saw the BJP at an all-time high, 2019 seems to be ending on a somber note for the party. A midnight Midas touch by some of its leaders might still help the BJP retain office in Jharkhand, but the state assembly results surely invite a less than flattering assessment of the party. Parties are assessed on several criteria: electoral performance, governance records, popularity and the ability to set and pursue the agenda. It would be worthwhile to take stock of how the BJP is doing on these four fronts. However, electoral performance is bound to be the key to a party's performance in other arenas. That is why Jharkhand would hurt the BJP. The Jharkhand result falls into a pattern. In its second honeymoon period, post-May, the BJP has faced three setbacks. The party can argue that these are not decisive. It has lost seats but gained vote share. The BJP may have suffered a loss of face but retained power nevertheless. As in Haryana, it could still claim to be the single largest party and also harp on statistical details like strike rate, as in Maharashtra. This argument is specious, particularly in the backdrop of the party's convincing victory in May. The BJP has not found it easy to repeat its performance in the parliamentary elections in the states. This is in contrast to the post-May 2014 situation, when the BJP went on to win Haryana and emerged as the single largest party in Maharashtra and Jharkhand, assuming office in all three states. Surely, the party is not down, and far from being out yet. But the failure to translate its all-India victory into state victories indicates the BJP's limitations and alerts us to the splitting of electoral choices. And, the electoral outlook for the party does not appear bright. The AAP appears to have an upper hand in Delhi and the JDU is probably waiting to upset the BJP's apple cart in Bihar. Can the BJP boast of an improved governance record? While opinions on governance in states where the party holds office are bound to be deeply divided, at least three things are clear. 1. The states run by the BJP are not better governed than those run by non-BJP parties. This includes even the states where the BJP has been ruling without allies, Haryana before 2019, up in Karnataka today. 2. If the economy is any indication, the abysmal failure on the governance front is apparent, particularly for a party that came to power originally promising better times. This failure is even more glaring if one takes into account the enormous trust the voters placed in Narendra Modi despite the economy not doing well in May 2019. The governance failure, thus, tantamounts to a breach of trust, and becomes colossal. Third, if governance is judged on its democratic dimension, the BJP government has gone from bad to worse in its second term. Subterfuge, sleight of hand and excessive propaganda are the techniques of non-performing governments. Having taken recourse to all these, this government is increasingly resorting to semi-repressive and clearly repressive measures to hide its non-performance. Politics, though, is never a straightforward enterprise, and the BJP can still find comfort in the fact that it continues to be fairly popular. The public may be disappointed with the government's performance but not disenchanted with the party. Retaining popular acceptability, however, is going to be a tough task because over the past two parliamentary elections, the BJP has added a large number of supporters to its core base, who are around 20% at most. The new supporters of the party may look for alternatives, and as state elections indicate, these are rather discerning supporters who are willing to switch to state parties during state elections. Yet, it would be unrealistic to deny the diffused popularity enjoyed by the BJP. This popularity owes to various factors. One is the party's organizational reservoir of support. The other reason for the party's popularity is Modi himself. Much of the addition to the BJP's popularity has been Modi's contribution. So long as the PM's personal popularity remains relatively high, the party can bask in reflected glory. This source of popularity is crucial as much as it is risky. The moment Modi flounders, this chunk of popularity could diminish. The BJP's efforts to gain acceptability by building a Hindutva political identity has also been successful. It has managed to convince a large section of Hindu society to understand politics through the prism of imaginary Hindu interests. This takes us to the fourth yardstick to assess the party: how far has it been successful in setting an agenda and pushing it towards a direction desired by it? Here, we confront a complex picture. The party has gone down from being in office in 2/3 of India 2 years ago to just a little over a third of the country today. But a cursory look at today's public debates would show how successful the BJP has been in setting the agenda. During the campaign for the Lok Sabha elections and after that, unemployment, the slowdown in the economy and issues related to livelihood could barely make their presence felt. In its first term, through issues of cow protection and instances of mob vigilantism, the party was able to keep its agenda on the front burner. More recently, it has successfully managed to legislate its agenda into public policies. In the past 6 months, the BJP has effectively steered the agenda of public decision-making. When we look back at the past 6 months, bringing a fundamental change to India's identity will emerge as the single most effective thing the BJP did in this period. It has rewritten the constitution without having to make any amendment to it. This is something not even Indira Gandhi could do during the heyday of her authoritarian rule. And this achievement means that non-BJP parties will have to play by the new rules set by the BJP. They will have to acquiesce into the new normal of violence, hatred and illiberal law enforcement. They will have to be more like the BJP in order to fight it. But the moment they show willingness to engage the BJP in an authentic manner, the party's achievement will shrink. Success brings arrogance and insensitivity. The BJP exemplifies this maxim. But the BJP's problem, and the problem caused by it, goes much beyond this. It sees electoral ascendance as a license to alter the nature of India and the character of the constitution. With 2/3 of India keeping its distance from the BJP in state elections, it will be of immense interest how far the party can continue to push its agenda. Supreme Court has not acted with urgency to protect citizens from executive excesses. The Indian Express. Written by Dushyant Dave, updated, December 24, 2019, 10 hours 35 minutes and 4 seconds am. Article 14 contains a positive injunction against the state. The state shall not deny to any person equality before the law or the equal protection of the laws within the territory of India. The Supreme Court of India enjoys an extraordinary status in the hearts and minds of Indians. They look up to it when it comes to keeping the essence of the nation intact and insulated from attacks by the executive of the day. The court has created for itself an exalted position over the last 7 decades by assuming the role of a sentinel on the qui-vive, on the alert, or vigilant. Part 3 of the Constitution of India contains fundamental rights, and Article 13(2) thereof mandates that the state shall not make any law which takes away or abridges the rights conferred by this part, and any law made in contravention of this clause shall to the extent of contravention be void. Thus, there is a twofold provision, prohibiting the state from making an unconstitutional law, and simultaneously declaring that such a law would be void. Article 14 contains a positive injunction against the state. The state shall not deny to any person equality before the law or the equal protection of the laws within the territory of India. Affirmative action on the part of the state in favor of disadvantaged sections of society is within the framework of liberal democracy. Socioeconomic justice is part of the Equality Clause. Equal protection also means right to equal treatment of citizens. This is the essence of Article 14, a basic feature of the Constitution, which obliges the courts, especially the Supreme Court, to review state-made laws and declare them as unconstitutional, if found to be so. The court cannot desert its duty to determine the constitutionality of an impugned statute. And so, the decision of the SC, led by the Chief Justice himself, to defer the examination of the challenge to the much-talked-about Citizenship Amendment Act 2019 is, to say the least, disappointing. The court should have put aside other matters and heard the group of writ petitions challenging the validity of this ex facie unjust law. Its vacation is hardly an excuse to defer such a challenge. Even if the judges wanted to enjoy their much-deserved winter vacation, their refusal to stay the law is even more disturbing. Such an order would have immediately diffused the tempers running high across the nation, and we, the people, could have breathed a sigh of relief. Instead, the judges have left us to fend for ourselves in the streets of our cities. The cost of this decision by the court will only become clear with time. The granting of a stay order against the operation of this citizenship law would not have caused any prejudice to public interest whatsoever. On the contrary, it is my belief that it would have served the public interest well. It is true, there is, generally, a presumption in favor of constitutionality of law. But that is not an absolute rule. If the act ex facie violates the fundamental rights of citizens, a mere presumption which decides the burden cannot serve that law. The Delhi High Court's order to defer the writs in the Jamia violence cases is a shocking abdication of its constitutional duty. It appears that judges across the spectrum are unwilling to test the executive's actions, however unconstitutional they may be. We must beware that the popular saying, "Nero fiddled while Rome burned," does not come true for this great nation. The Supreme Court, in recent years, has shown its leanings in favor of the executive. In a series of decisions, the court has, surprisingly, justified many of the state's actions, which either needed a deeper probe or simply to be declared unlawful. In fact, the court is almost proving that it stays in ivory towers. After the appointment of the current Chief Justice, those of us who admire the court had expected a departure from such a course. One can only hope that the court introspects and intervenes forthwith to stop any bloodshed in the country, and assuage the sentiments of a large section of the society, which feels they are no longer wanted. The preamble is an irreversible contract between the state and its people to keep India a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and, to secure to all its citizens, justice, equality, fraternity and liberty of thought, expression, belief, faith and worship. The great judge, H.R. Khanna, in the celebrated Kesavananda Bharati case declared that the state shall not discriminate against any citizen on the ground of religion only, and interpreted Articles 15(1) and 16(2), even before the secular word was added to the preamble. All citizens, including judges, must remember the words of B.R. Ambedkar, "It is quite possible for this new-born democracy to retain its form but give place to dictatorship in fact. If there is a landslide, the danger of the second possibility becoming actuality is much greater." These words appear too relevant today. Will the judiciary's conscience awaken soon? The Hindu editorial, Double Trouble, on uneven inflation and sluggish growth. The Hindu. Policymakers face a tricky dilemma as prices in the economy continue to rise even as economic growth has plummeted to well under 5%. Food inflation, now in double digits, has caused significant pain. The International Monetary Fund on December 23 called for urgent policy measures to reverse the current slowdown that has weighed down global economic growth. The warning is timely given the economy's precarious state and the government's lack of urgency to reverse the slowdown. However, what makes the job of policymakers a lot more complicated is the non-uniform nature of the current price rise. Even as food prices have risen rapidly, food inflation has crossed the 10% mark for the first time in many years. Sectors such as manufacturing have witnessed mild deflation as demand for products drops. The Reserve Bank of India (RBI) governor, while terming the recent spike in inflation as a transient phenomenon, has called for countercyclical measures and structural reforms to help the economy. The central bank's hands have been tied down by the recent spike in inflation, and it has halted its rate cut spree that began in February this year. However, voices continue to grow demanding that the RBI and the government ignore the rise in food inflation and try to infuse more liquidity to boost demand. After all, the rise in food prices may just be an anomaly amid widespread low inflation in the rest of the economy. Also read: Countercyclical steps, structural reforms needed to counter slowdown, says RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das. Still, what is really behind the wide divergence in inflation rates across various sectors is anyone's guess. It may well be that the current food price inflation is the result of seasonal factors that have affected crop production. If so, it should certainly be a transient phenomenon that will not trouble policymakers for anything beyond a few quarters. At the same time, it should be noted that various prices in the economy generally do not rise or fall in tandem. Policymakers, however, tend to view the economy as an entity with a general price level that responds in predictable ways to their policy actions. Such an assumption is likely to cause practical difficulties in implementing policy. Moreover, in an economy like India's that has just witnessed a debt-fueled boom followed by a sharp bust in growth rates, it is natural to expect the prices of various goods to adjust in accordance with underlying consumer desires to varying degrees. Perfectly calibrating monetary and fiscal measures in such a situation amid confusing signals sent out by various inflation numbers can be a tough ask. But there are always supply-side reforms that the government can consider to both rein in inflation and reverse the economic slowdown. The Hindu editorial, Justice Denied, on Jamal Khashoggi case. The Hindu. A Saudi Arabian court this week sentenced 5 men to death, convicted 3 to jail terms and acquitted 3 others for the gory murder of dissident Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi in October 2018. The verdict, described by some as a mockery of justice, appears to have accepted the official Saudi version of the events surrounding his assassination in Saudi Arabia's Istanbul consulate in Turkey, that Saudi intelligence officials carried out an unsanctioned, rogue operation to execute a vocal critic of the authoritarian regime in Riyadh. However, multiple reports and accounts point to an operation likely planned at the highest level of government. A de facto indictment of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, his top advisor, Saud al-Qahtani, and the former deputy intelligence chief, Ahmed al-Asiri. Turkish intelligence inputs include video evidence that two Saudi hit squads arrived at the consulate the day before Mr. Khashoggi was killed, and grisly audio recordings and other proof of a scuffle, followed by his suffocation, and then the sawing of his bones. Unsurprisingly, his body was never recovered, and the Saudi establishment initially claimed that Mr. Khashoggi had left the consulate premises. Later, after further Turkish evidence was provided that a body double had left the consulate shortly after he was killed, Riyadh fell back in the rogue agent theory. Also read: Khashoggi murder happened under my watch. Saudi Crown Prince. The flip-flopping statements on what transpired, the closed-door trial that led to this week's court verdict, and the resolute denial that Mr. bin Salman or Mr. al-Qahtani had masterminded this scheme, have done much to degrade the Saudi regime's overall credibility. Subsequent reports by CIA and UN experts found it inconceivable that an operation of this scale could be implemented without the Crown Prince being aware, at a minimum, that some sort of mission of a criminal nature, directed at Mr. Khashoggi, was being launched. There has also been political blowback against Riyadh. In December 2018, a bipartisan group of U.S. senators introduced a sharply worded resolution rebuking Mr. bin Salman for being complicit in the assassination, despite resistance from the White House. When Mr. bin Salman became Crown Prince in 2017, it was on the ostensible promise of reforming the Saudi socio-economic system toward more freedom and transparency, perhaps even a hint of democracy and modernity. Yet that promise was quickly belied when he conducted a major purge of prominent Saudi Arabian royals, senior ministers, and business chiefs, in an apparently ruthless bid to consolidate his grip on power. While Mr. bin Salman may continue to enjoy the trappings of global influence based on Riyadh's vital energy links with oil-importing nations, and through his reciprocal cordial ties with U.S. President Donald Trump, it is doubtful whether the stiflingly autocratic Saudi governance structure can continue in its present form without being undermined by serious fault lines that are sure to emerge. History, Technology and the Shackles of the Present, The Hindu. A digital India will be out of reach if authoritarian governance decides the trajectory of technologies. For the historian of science and technology, the Narendra Modi government's ambitious push for electric vehicles, EVs, should ring a bell. After many decades, India is witnessing once again the unseemly fraternization of high technology and authoritarian governance. On the one hand, the government has championed EV, artificial intelligence, AI, and packaged sundry technologies into neat acronyms. On the other, it has clipped internet access to towns and villages when confronted with non-violent protests against the Citizenship Amendment Act 2019. In India's case, history is merely repeating itself. In 1976, as India sank deep into the recesses of the emergency, a group of bureaucrats and scientists sat down to ponder the future of technology in the country. The irony of analyzing technologies that would unshackle the Indian economy, when basic rights of its citizenry were suppressed, was lost on the establishment. In fact, while the Indira Gandhi government built a surveillance state, Silicon Valley saw the birth of public key cryptography, used in modern-day encryption. India, it seemed, had regressed into the darkest chapter of its political history, just as the world began to use technology to preserve human rights. Batting for electric vehicles. This dissonance did not seem to bother the high-profile group that had been brought together by the National Committee on Science and Technology, NCST. Its mandate, study the outlook for India in 2000 AD. The group, set up in 1973, took 7 years to submit their report, publishing an interim document during the emergency. The Indian government's commissioning a futures study was in step with the times. Futurology, the use of computer models for forecasting scenarios, became fashionable after the Club of Rome, a group of economists and planners, published its famous Limits to Growth report in 1972. The report painted a doomsday scenario of acute food and water scarcity in 2000. Unsurprisingly, this period also witnessed the new wave of science fiction, set in dystopic lands and featuring post-apocalyptic visions. Another kind of dystopia was unfolding in India's present. While the civil liberties of Indians were cast aside, the government was busy discussing EVs and self-driving cars. It may seem straight out of the pages of a sci-fi novel, but the first official assessment of EVs in India was likely published during the emergency. The Committee on Futurology, as it was known, analyzed long-term projections for many sectors, including transportation. This sector's problems were twofold. To begin with, there were just not enough vehicles for the larger public in India. 3 decades after independence, India had only 1,000 buses on its roads. In other words, there was one bus for every 6,500 Indians. However, the number of cars and jeeps totaled nearly 750,000. In a still impoverished country, the wealthy and powerful elite enjoyed vastly better mobility than the majority of the population. The shadow of the oil crisis. Rising fuel prices presented the second problem. The NCST deliberated in the shadow of the oil crisis of 1973, brought on by a crude embargo imposed by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. Faced with the problem of scarcity and costs, the committee argued India was better served in the long run by developing renewable alternatives to petrol. Almost concurrently, Western laboratories had begun exploring the development of lithium-ion batteries, critical to EVs. The work of John B. Goodenough, Akira Yoshino and M. Stanley Whittingham, who were jointly awarded the 2019 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for the development of these batteries, was catalyzed by the oil crisis of the 1970s. The NCST appears to have been mindful of such efforts. It is imperative that some concentrated R&D is performed in the area of high-energy, high-power batteries, it declared. The committee even predicted EVs and self-driving cars, adaptive, automobile autopilots, as the report termed it, would be commercially available from the early 1980s. Much politicking. Is it surprising the Indian government conjured up visions of technological advancement, while suppressing democracy? Hardly. Several autocratic regimes have tread down the same path, using technology as a totem to rally disaffected populations. But while the NCST made grand claims about the future, the government was actually clamping down on technology in the present. Indira Gandhi's government, under pressure from labor unions, viewed computers with suspicion, and discouraged PSUs from adopting them. The Futurology Committee's view too was jaundiced by the emergency. Not all technologies were neutral and useful to society, the committee declared, citing the TV as an example. Meanwhile, Doordarshan had become an instrument of state propaganda. Faced with a financial crunch, the government also championed appropriate technologies that were small-scale, solar cookers and mechanized bullock carts, but did little to boost productivity. The left hand did not know what the right was doing. Some sections of the government were trumpeting the arrival of self-driving cars, while others told the public to be wary of computers. Despite this politicking over technology, Indians were, in fact, beginning to embrace machines. As C.R. Subramanian has noted, the import of computers tripled during the emergency. The number of automobiles plying on Indian roads in the 1980s increased by a staggering 400% over the previous decade. The seeding of doubt against big technology by the government in the minds of citizens did little to improve prospects for scientific breakthroughs. If only Indians had the political agency to form their own views of technology, India may well have had a shot at developing EVs. It is a lesson today's government too should learn. One cannot aspire to a digital India, if technologies are wantonly used for mass surveillance, or cut off altogether when faced with nonviolent, democratic protests. Arun Mohan Sukumar is a PhD candidate at the Fletcher School, and the author of Midnight's Machines, A Political History of Technology in India. Don't Protest and Up, The Indian Express. By Editorial, updated, December 25, 2019, 9 hours 38 minutes and 55 seconds am. Reports are trickling in of the brutal police action inside the campus of Aligarh Muslim University, including in hostels. The civic protests against the controversial Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA), reported from cities across the country, have been largely peaceful, barring in states ruled by the BJP, and especially in Uttar Pradesh. UP has seen the maximum violence, accounting for 17 of the 24 deaths reported so far. As this newspaper has reported, 14 of the 16 who lost their lives, all Muslims, died due to bullet injuries from firearms. Subsequently, there has been official confirmation that one person in Bijnor was killed in police firing. Reports are trickling in of the brutal police action inside the campus of Aligarh Muslim University, including in hostels. At least 6 students have been hospitalized with grievous injuries. There are serious questions concerning the conduct of the UP police and state administration and about how much their actions have contributed to the escalation in violence. The right to assemble and protest peacefully is guaranteed by India's constitution. That thousands of people, particularly young people, belonging to diverse faiths, regions, ethnicity and language, have chosen to contest the CAA despite the tame response from political parties is a sign of the argumentativeness of Indian democracy. However, the UP administration seems to be unabashedly unmindful of democratic niceties. Its tone has been confrontational. It has refused to allow any outlet for people to express their disagreement with the controversial act. The government has detained thousands of people, including human rights activists such as retired IPS officer S.R. Darapuri and lawyer Mohammad Shoaib, banned mobilizations and curtailed the Internet. The language used by UP Chief Minister Adityanath when the protests intensified, that his administration would extract badla, revenge for the violence, does not befit a person holding high public office. It may even have set the template for the UP police to use excessive force against protesters. The fact is the UP police in the Adityanath regime has had a notorious record of ignoring due process while enforcing law and order. Officials have admitted to over 3,500 police encounters and nearly 80 killings of alleged criminals in a period of over 2 years, forcing the Supreme Court to intervene. The UP government must rethink its adversarial strategy towards the citizens' freedom of expression, including the right to express disagreement. In this, it could take a cue from another BJP government. After the CAA protests in Mangalore turned violent and resulted in the death of 2 persons in police firing, Karnataka Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa ordered a magisterial inquiry into the incident. Adityanath, too, should order a probe into the charges of police brutality against protesters in UP. For all the latest opinion news, download Indian Express app. Free verse, The Indian Express. Published, December 25, 2019, 4 hours 15 minutes and 35 seconds am. Poetry helps, a lightning rod for dissatisfaction and anger that touches everyone, and ignites whatever it touches. How do you name the nameless? With poetry. It gives courage in the face of nameless dread and rallies hearts and minds against the violent might of governments. I am the people, the mob, the crowd, the mass, wrote Carl Sandburg, reversing the power differential, and pointing out that Napoleons and Lincolns are born among the people. How do you keep movements going when they flag in the face of insuperable odds? Poetry helps, a lightning rod for dissatisfaction and anger that touches everyone, and ignites whatever it touches. In India, the movement against the Citizenship Amendment Act and the application of the National Register of Citizens nationwide has raised a fresh crop of protest poetry, mostly from younger voices like Amir Aziz, Varun Grover and Sabika Abbas Naqvi. In Assam, which encountered the NRC first, it had re-energized Mian poetry, a tradition almost as old as India, which expresses the angst of immigrants from across the eastern border. Now, in the span of 1 week, protest poetry has become a national phenomenon. Along with new work, old favorites like Rahat Indori, Bashir Badr and Ram Prasad Bismal are thundering forth from loudspeakers. And interestingly, classics from Pakistan are being received by crowds at least as well as domestic poems. Absolute power need only fear subversion, whose sharpest weapons are poetry and humor. Both have risen to the occasion. It is unlikely that the protests will come to nothing, since movements powered by public anger, and without a central command which can be conveniently decapitated, are notoriously hard to put down. But even if it cannot secure the repeal of the problematic act, the movement will have compiled an outstanding body of protest poetry and black humor. Trumping Trump, The Indian Express. By Editorial, updated, December 25, 2019, 9 hours 38 minutes and 15 seconds am. Donald Trump has become the third U.S. president to be impeached by the House of Representatives, and like them, in all likelihood, he will be acquitted in the Senate. Donald Trump has become the third U.S. president to be impeached by the House of Representatives, and like them, in all likelihood, he will be acquitted in the Senate. The House, controlled by the Democrats, voted for his impeachment on 2 articles. The first article relates to the abuse of power, by putting pressure on the Ukrainian president, by refusing to meet him and release military aid, unless he began an inquiry against Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden's son's business interests in that country. The second relates to obstructing the work of Congress, with Trump charged for threatening witnesses in the congressional inquiry into the abuse of power. The House expectedly voted along party lines, and so will the Republican-controlled Senate. This was well known before the process began. The Republican leader in the Senate had made it clear that he would do everything in his power to acquit the president. The Democratic argument for going ahead with a process that would be futile has been that Trump's transgressions are so egregious that an impeachment by the House was necessary in order to uphold the U.S. Constitution. Now, in anticipation of the defeat in the Senate, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has decided to delay the inevitable by not sending the articles to the Senate, thus leaving Trump in the limbo of an inconclusive impeachment. She also hopes that in his eagerness to have his name cleared expeditiously, he will force the Senate to accept conditions that the Democrats want met for the trial. If all this seems somewhat familiar to Indians, it is because the U.S. is about as bitterly polarized between Republicans and Democrats over the Trump presidency as India is between Hindutva and non-Hindutva politics in the Narendra Modi regime. Pelosi's determination to have Trump impeached in the House in the name of the Constitution, but place a hold on sending it to the Senate, smacks of a kind of short-sighted politics that also plagues the opposition in this country. It backfires, and provides the intended target the opportunity to play victim. Trump and his supporters will make much of the denial of the opportunity to defend himself immediately. Plus, with his candidature for a second term on course, he has about a year of campaign meetings in which to unleash his defense in the ways he does, and consolidate his Republican base. 2020 is going to be a bitter year in U.S. politics. India will recognize its own reflection in some parts of it. For all the latest opinion news, download Indian Express app. Tags. Look who's fighting, the Indian Express. Written by Harsh Mander, published December 25, 2019, 4 hours 0 minutes and 10 seconds am. Protests over CAA, NRC, which have erupted in several parts of the country, turned violent last week. Express photo. The surge of protests in every corner of the country against the Citizenship Amendment Act and the National Register of Citizens will be remembered as an iridescent, significant moment in the journey of the Republic. This is because these are, at their core, popular moral assertions founded on fraternity of the kind we have not seen for a long time. People are spilling onto the streets offering hope, solidarity and reassurance to those threatened by the politics of hate and fear. The protests mark a collective rejection of the toxic politics and policies that have come to dominate our public life in recent years. The ruling establishment has responded with its well-used playlist of attempting to communalize and discredit the protesters, to confuse people with falsehoods, and to deploy crushing state force. But this time, none of it is working. The police brutalized students in the two national universities identified with India's Muslim heritage, Jamia Millia Islamia and Aligarh Muslim University. But the same night that news filtered in of injured Jamia students rounded up in police stations in Delhi, spontaneously large crowds gathered in the cold night outside the police headquarters and various police stations, and they refused to move until the police was forced to release the students. Students and faculty from more than 50 universities around the country gave their support. Sleep-deprived lawyers keep vigil every night outside police stations where protesters are detained. The Prime Minister taunted the protesters, saying he could identify them by the clothes they wear, an unmistakable reference to their Muslim identity. In response, people of every visible identity joined the protests, interspersed with people in skullcaps and hijabs proudly waving the national flag, confident and spurred by the solidarity of their countrywomen and men. Young people, with funny creative posters, slogans and songs, began waging a non-violent battle for a country founded on love and hope. In recent years, for the first time, I had found my optimism ebbing. My personal politics have always been grounded in a dogged, even naive optimism, of the inevitability of human goodness, the belief that hatred and tyranny will not prevail. But during our journeys of the Karwan-e-Mohabbat to families stricken by lynching, we found mobs, mostly of young people, targeting Muslim and Dalit victims with an inexplicable cruelty, proudly videotaping their brutal slaying of defenseless persons. No one came forward to save them. The police would encourage the mobs and criminalize the victims. The BJP was able to politically marginalize the Muslims by uniting every other caste and religious group in a pact of hate against them. I began to dread that India was trapped in a long dark night of hate. The protests led by young people celebrating Hindu-Muslim unity and the equal rights of people of every identity have reignited my hope. I am sure millions across India feel infected by this same optimism. The import of this moment is that it is, in its spirit, the continuance of a battle which began 100 years ago. Mahatma Gandhi had returned from South Africa to lead India's freedom struggle, illuminated by a humane and inclusive nationalism, and the idea of a country which would welcome as equal citizens people of every faith and identity. The Hindu Mahasabha and the RSS had a different imagination, of a Hindu nation in which religious minorities would be forced to live as second-class citizens. The Muslim League, too, was convinced that Muslim minorities could never achieve equality and security except in a separate Muslim-majority country. Those holding power today seem determined to prove that Gandhiji was wrong, and Savarkar and Jinnah were right. Young Indians, 70 years after Mahatma Gandhi was killed for this idea, and Babasaheb Ambedkar incorporated the idea of secularism and fraternity into our constitution, have picked up the mantle of this same battle for a country which is equal, just and kind. The protests have led to perceptible unease in the ruling establishment. The Uttar Pradesh administration declares war on its Muslim citizens. The PM tries to defend his government with bare-faced falsehoods. He claims that his government never spoke of a national NRC, whereas Home Minister Amit Shah had announced it repeatedly in Parliament and outside, linking it with the CAA, signaling unmistakably that Hindus would be protected, but not Muslims. He adds that India has no detention centers, whereas I have entered these hell-like centers in Assam. Shah announced that states have been asked to build detention centers, and the construction of such centers is underway in many states. The protests have already won. They have succeeded in rendering a national NRC highly improbable. This is an enormous victory, because it was the combination of the CAA with the NRC which threatened to thrust India's 200 million Muslims into the same vortex of dread and insecurity which has been the fate of Bengali-origin Assamese people for the past several years. Even allies who cynically voted with the ruling party in support of the CAA have now announced, influenced by the popular revulsion, that they would not implement the NRC. Several states, including Bengal, Bihar, Kerala, Odisha, Rajasthan and Andhra Pradesh, have ruled out the NRC. Many more will surely join in the coming days. If the union government still stubbornly perseveres with the NRC, it will create a constitutional crisis, because the NRC can be operationalized only through the state machinery. The union government may dismiss recalcitrant state governments, but how many will it dismiss, and how many times? High civic vigilance is still imperative. Work on the National Population Register has already commenced, and this is the first step to the NRC. If states are serious about not implementing the NRC, they would have to also refuse to conduct the NPR. So far, only the Kerala government has announced that it will not allow even the NPR. A countrywide civil disobedience movement, with every citizen boycotting the NPR and the NRC by refusing to share any information or documents, will be the most robust defense. Will the protests endure? It is still too early to know. But even if the protests end, they would have demonstrated that the agenda of the ruling formation to transform India into its majoritarian imagination is not invincible. That their project to isolate Indian Muslims to the political and social margins has failed. They would have placed the brakes on India's frightening descent into a republic of hate and fear. They would have shown that there are enough Indians who still believe in a country of hope and love. Mander is human rights worker and writer. Atal Bihari Vajpayee was known for firm policy, gentle politics. The Indian Express. Written by Ram Madhav. Updated, December 25, 2019, 9 hours 57 minutes and 44 seconds am. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, India's 11th, 14th and 15th Prime Minister, belonged to the category of leaders who are exceptional orators. Photo, Express Archive. Leaders are remembered for their oratory. Martin Luther King is remembered for his "I Have a Dream" speech, Winston Churchill for his scintillating words, "We shall fight in the beaches, on the landing grounds, in the fields and in the streets. We shall never surrender," in his "Our Finest Hour" address to the British Parliament in 1940, and John F. Kennedy is remembered for his inaugural speech as the President of the U.S. in which he called upon his fellow Americans to "ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." Atal Bihari Vajpayee, India's 11th, 14th and 15th Prime Minister, belonged to the category of leaders who are exceptional orators. Churchill was famous for his lucid English, short sentences and choice of powerful words. Vajpayee's oratory was stirring at one level and heartwarming at another because it was laced with poetic expressions. His poetry was his added strength. "I might become an ex-prime minister one day. But I shall never become ex-poet," he used to say. His famous address in the Lok Sabha while demitting office after his 13-day government lost majority in 1996 was one such memorable address. He remembered the occasion when Prime Minister Narasimha Rao sent him to the UN as the head of the Indian delegation. Vajpayee was the leader of the opposition at that time. The Pakistani delegation was surprised at seeing me there, he said, adding, in their country, the opposition never cooperates with the ruling party even in a national cause. They always try to pull each other down. That is not our tradition or character. Then came his thunderous eternal message for politicians: power games will go on. Governments will come and go. Parties will be made and unmade. But this country and its democracy should flourish eternally, he said, winding up his speech before announcing his resignation. This brings out the most important facet of Atalji's personality: he was a quintessential Democrat. Democracies can't survive authoritarianism or recalcitrance from parties on both sides. Cooperation and consensus are key to the success of a democracy. Atalji, whether he was in the opposition or the ruling party, embodied these virtues. Atalji was an enigma to many during his lifetime. He endured the harshest criticism from his own people. One of his ideological fellow travelers once publicly described Vajpayee as a petty politician playing into the hands of his policy advisors with doubtful credentials. Some of his critics, like Khushwant Singh, used to describe him as a right leader in a wrong party. Atalji was neither. He was the most large-hearted and inclusive politician that India has seen in last 7 decades. As for being in the wrong party, Atalji would himself dismiss it in his typical poetic style: if the tree is bad, how come the fruit is good? If I am right, I can't be in a wrong party, and if my party is wrong, I can't be right. Oratory, no doubt, was Atalji's asset. But his real strength was his silence. He used silence more powerfully than his words. Words he used to score political points, and silence to build political consensus. A democracy of India's size and diversity is governed well through building larger consensus. Atalji's silence or his efforts at consensus building didn't make him weak. He is rather remembered for some of the milestones in India's history, like catapulting the country into the League of Nuclear Powers or waging a decisive war against Pakistan at Kargil. His stern message to U.S. President Bill Clinton on the eve of the Kargil War was, "We will get them out, one way or the other." His aide Brajesh Mishra would later reveal that, all options including nuclear, were open. On another occasion, Atalji had stood firm in refusing to send Indian soldiers to Iraq to join the U.S. forces, despite acute pressure from the U.S. As a statesman, he understood the inevitability of criticism in public life. During Atalji's period, India followed truly conservative economic policies. The government shed its extra burden and there was a ministry for disinvestment. Banking, investment and taxation reforms created a favorable climate for the country's economy. The result of all that was a return to healthy 8+ GDP growth starting in 2002-03, overcoming the challenge of the post-Pokhran sanctions. Atalji was criticized by opponents and a section of his fellow travelers for pursuing liberal economic policies. He took the criticism in his stride and allowed his Commerce Minister, Murasoli Moran, to negotiate harder at the WTO. But India didn't leave the WTO, because Atalji believed that if the country were to become a global power it couldn't stay out of global institutions. Atalji's politics was humane. Through his gentle demeanor he would win over the harshest of adversaries. That's why when he spoke about Insaniyat, Jamhuriyat and Kashmiriyat as the way forward for Jammu and Kashmir, people trusted and loved him. He may not have been saying something new, but he was saying it differently. His personality added weight to his words. If there is one national leader whom the Kashmiris loved the most, it was Atalji. Coalitions are always difficult. Atalji had successfully managed a 23-party coalition for a full 5 years. Atalji's humility was a big factor in his success. His politics took him to great heights in public life, his poetic heart weathered the storms, and his humility made him the man of the masses. Reflecting upon his glory, he once wrote, Mujhe idni unchai kabi mad dina, gyran ko gale nahi laga sakan, never let me climb so high, that I am unable to embrace another stranger, deliver me ever from such arrogance. CAA, combination of India's age-old spirit and tremendous grit, the Indian Express. Written by E. Suresh Kumar, updated, December 25, 2019, 9 hours 45 minutes and 47 seconds am. Through the CAA, we have reaffirmed the tradition of embracing people of different races and religions, customs and climes. Express photo. From being a passive and reactive country, India has begun to transform into a truly modern nation that is conscious of its growing abilities and opportunities. The Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA) is the latest in a series of epical measures that reflect the ability, wisdom, vision and determination that are characteristic of not just good leadership, but of statesmanship. And of the Prime Minister and his advisors it can be said, cometh the hour, cometh the man. The CAA is the combination of India's age-old spirit, and tremendous grit. It is an act that helps define who we really are as a nation and a people. The CAA is designed to give shelter to a people who have been neglected and oppressed for centuries. Our nation has welcomed diverse peoples throughout her glorious history. She has embraced the Greeks, and their knowledge, in the wake of Alexander, sheltered the Jews and the Parsis, and has been home for the first mosque built anywhere outside the birthplace of Islam. Through the CAA, we have reaffirmed the tradition of embracing people of different races and religions, customs and climes. In doing so, we have followed the golden mean of balancing the head with the heart. The CAA protects the interests of everyone involved in the most optimal way possible, from our people and culture in the Northeast to the destitute, persecuted people who fled their countries for their lives and beliefs. It is a fact that India is doing today what the countries of origin of these people ought to have done, which is to protect these minorities, and preserve their way of life. It is well known that all civilized nations offer asylum in cases of political persecution or matters of conscience. In the case of the economic migrant Muslims, such a threat is clearly absent in Afghanistan, Pakistan and Bangladesh. In fact, a high-level advisor to the Prime Minister of Bangladesh has recently agreed to the repatriation of the Muslims who migrated from their country. 4. Illegal migration is a crime, and ought to be treated as one. The act is a carefully considered measure. It was presented to the public as early as 2016. It was examined by an all-party 30-member committee. In fact, genuine migrants were already granted different kinds of permits and visas for an extended stay, and this will be further legalized. Meanwhile, the Citizenship Act under the third schedule is in place. Only in the case of minorities from Afghanistan, Pakistan and Bangladesh, the eligibility has been lowered from 11 years to 5 years. To begin with, the Act protects the people in parts of the Northeast through the inviolable inner line, reserving the land for them exclusively. The core of the Assamese culture has been carefully conserved. The original people of the land, irrespective of their faith, will remain undisturbed, equal and safe in every way, ensuring their full growth. Interestingly, the constitutional guarantee given to the people of the northeastern states is based on the British Inner Line system under the Bengal Eastern Frontier Regulation of 1873, which was designed to protect interests of the ruling classes of the British against others. The Government of India, through this act, has protected the interests of the Assamese people with the same care as the British protected theirs. The act is pragmatic too. It recognizes the limits that India can go to and stays within them. No country can afford to provide shelter, medical care, and livelihood to unlimited people. It is positively absurd that we should support people who have nations carved out explicitly and exclusively for them and their way of life when our own citizens are unemployed. It is a historical fact that Bangladesh, Pakistan and Afghanistan have had substantial minorities comprising of the very people who, if they are eligible, will be given Indian citizenship. The minorities in these countries have dwindled due to persecution and injustice simply because of their faiths. For us to abandon them would be to abandon our own culture, principles, and responsibilities. It needs to be emphasized that the Act does not grant citizenship to the non-Muslim peoples of these nations simply because they are non-Muslims. Nor does it exclude those Muslims who may be persecuted for their views, political beliefs or any such. We have the example of a popular Muslim singer, whose father, a pilot in the Pakistani Air Force, bombed Pathankot with devastating effect in 1965, who was given citizenship in India. This tradition continues. As per the government statistics, in 6 years, only about 2,830 Pakistani nationals were given citizenship, that is, about 470 per year, evidence of strict control. It is needless to say, Indians following Islam will be completely untouched by the Act. They will not be asked to prove their nativity or any related matter. They face not even the slightest threat. The Act has a broader scope as well, as it plugs the loopholes in some other laws. For example, there were no provisions to revoke the OCI card of a holder committing unlawful activities. The Act seeks to close this gap, irrespective of faith or belief. The great results of this Act are, in sum, the protection of the weak and the helpless of all faiths and the establishment of a more equitable society, sharing resources more justly. The repatriation of false economic migrants is happening in Western Europe to this day. In doing so, India is only following her own culture and laws. These laws have been endorsed by natural justice, international law and practice, reason, and compassion. An Economic Price to Pay, The Indian Express. Written by Kaushik Basu, published, December 25, 2019, 4 hours 20 minutes and 45 seconds am. The signs of an economic slowdown were visible from 2017. But the numbers on the economy that have emerged over the past few months are alarming. Illustration, C.R. Sasikumar. With India's deep political troubles, and protest marches breaking out all over the country, it may seem odd to be writing on economics. Yet, it would also be wrong not to. India's economy is now spiraling downwards, and there is an urgent need for corrective action. Hence, despite my initial misgivings, I devote this column to India's economy and what the hard numbers tell. The signs of an economic slowdown were visible from 2017. But the numbers on the economy that have emerged over the past few months are alarming. The contours of the problem are visible from the broad macroeconomic aggregates. From 2004, India got used to being referred to as one of the world's fastest growing economies, and indeed, it was, for a few years, among 3 or 4 of the fastest growing economies in the world. If we take the latest official growth rate figure of 4.5% released by the government, and insert this in the chart of all countries' growth rates for 2019 constructed by the IMF, India is no longer in the top 3 or 4. In fact, it is not in the top 30 or 40. This is an alarming drop in rank. Further, the nation's investment to GDP ratio is declining, and non-oil exports are actually shrinking. One strong indicator of the overall growth slowdown is electricity generation. Electricity generation growth is now lowest in at least 3 decades. It is even lower than what happened during the big economic crisis of 1991. In October this year, electricity output contracted by 12.2%. What is of greater concern is not just these broad, economy-wide parameters, but what the more micro data reveal. The use of sophisticated statistical techniques for collecting data pertaining to ordinary people's economic well-being were designed in India by the physicist-turned-statistician, P.C. Mahalanobis. With encouragement from Jawaharlal Nehru, this method has been used in India to collect detailed data by the National Statistical Office (NSO) on household consumption and savings every 5 years. India is a global pioneer in this area. The 68th round of data collection happened in 2011-12 and the numbers were made available soon thereafter. But the latest round of data, pertaining to 2017-18, has been held back from release. There are, however, economists who have been using statistics from the leaked draft report. One of the most comprehensive and convincing analysis, done by S. Subramanian of the Madras Institute of Development Studies, gives a depressing message on the economy. Between 2011-12 and 2017-18, the percentage of people living below the poverty line has actually increased from 31% to 35%. This is very unusual since India has been, for quite some time, on a trajectory of high, but diminishing poverty. Between 2011-12 and 2017-18, for Indians living in rural areas, a vast majority, consumption has not just slowed down, but fallen. On a per capita basis, people are now consuming 8.8% less than what they were doing 5 years ago. How do we square the fact that while India is still growing, even though slower than before, large segments are actually getting worse off? This is because, from all accounts, inequality is getting worse. Credit Suisse has recently published data showing that in 2018, the richest 1% Indians owned 53% of all the wealth in the country. The government's official data, released as part of the periodic Labor Force Survey Report 2017-18, shows that the country's unemployment rate has not been this high in 45 years. Since unemployment disproportionately hurts the poor, the gap between the rich and the poor is growing, and not just that, the rural poor are actually becoming poorer. In short, the ground reality is grim, and it is the poor who are paying the biggest price. While policymakers no doubt have many urgent matters on hand, I would urge them not to ignore these festering wounds of the economy. As a short-run measure, we have to use and even strengthen some instruments of intervention that we already have in hand, such as the Rural Employment Guarantee Program, so that the immediate hardship of those worst hit by the crisis is ameliorated. This has to be backed up with fiscal and monetary policies to revive growth and spread it better. For this, the main need is not money, but ideas and intelligent policy design, which have been in short supply. There is enough talent residing in India that can fill this gap in government. But to draw in talent we have to allow for dissenting opinion, which in recent times has been anathema. There is, however, a longer-run problem that goes beyond monetary and fiscal policies. There is currently a trust deficit in India, which has been caused by the growing politics of hate and disenfranchisement. This is hurting investment in the cooperative spirit, the building blocks on which an economy functions. What economists do not like to dwell on and what Karl Polanyi had noted a long time ago is that the economy is ultimately embedded in society, institutions and politics. When these are damaged, the economy begins to stall. It is like the plumbing in a home. We are unaware of its importance as long as it functions fine. It is only when it malfunctions that we realize its great significance. Once the immediate fallout of the slowdown has been managed using standard economic policies, we shall have to turn to the harder task of rebuilding institutions and the cooperative spirit. Explained, why NPR isn't NRC, and yet, Explained News, The Indian Express. Written by Deeptaman Tiwari, New Delhi, updated, December 25, 2019 9 hours 5 minutes and 45 seconds AM. Census forms being checked in 2011. Express Archive Q. On Tuesday, the Union Cabinet approved over 3,900 crore rupees for a National Population Register, NPR. Coming in the backdrop of nationwide protests over the Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA) and the proposed All India National Register of Citizens (NRC), the NPR is being seen by many as the first step towards the NRC, while the centre has sought to delink the two. The governments of Kerala and West Bengal have already announced that they will not implement NPR. What is NPR? The NPR is a list of usual residents of the country. According to the Home Ministry, a usual resident of the country is one who has been residing in a local area for at least the last 6 months or intends to stay in a particular location for the next 6 months. NPR is not a citizenship enumeration drive, as it would record even a foreign national staying in a locality for more than 6 months. This makes NPR different from the NRC, which includes only Indian citizens while seeking to identify and exclude non-citizens. Try watching this video on, or enable JavaScript if it is disabled in your browser. How do I get enrolled in NPR? The NPR is being prepared under provisions of the Citizenship Act, 1955 and the Citizenship, Registration of Citizens and Issue of National Identity Cards, Rules, 2003. It is mandatory for every usual resident of India to register in the NPR. Only Assam will not be included, as per a notification by the Registrar General of India in August, given the recently completed NRC in that state. Read, National Population Register won't be used for NRC, clarifies Javadekar. NPR will be conducted in conjunction with the House listing phase, the first phase of the census, by the Office of Registrar General of India, RGI, for Census 2021. It is conducted at the local, sub-district, district, state and national levels. The RGI has already begun a pilot project in 1,200 villages and 40 towns and cities through 5,218 enumeration blocks where it is collecting various data from people. The final enumeration will begin in April 2020 and end in September 2020. Is NPR connected to NRC? The Citizenship Act empowers the government to compulsorily register every citizen and maintain a national register of Indian citizens. A nationwide NRC, if undertaken, would flow out of NPR. This does not necessarily mean that an NRC must follow NPR. No such register was compiled after the previous NPR in 2010. After a list of residents is created, a nationwide NRC, if it happens, could go about verifying the citizens from that list. Also read, Alphabet Soup simmers, CAA through, NRC hanging in now NPR from April. The Home Ministry issued a statement saying, there is no proposal at present to conduct a nationwide NRC based on the NPR data. Home Minister Amit Shah too said in an interview to WANI that the two were not connected and that NPR data would not be used for NRC. Earlier, Shah had said several times that there would be an NRC across the country and even repeated in Assam. Statements linking the NPR and NRC have been made by the government in Parliament and the Home Ministry's latest annual report. In November 2014, then Minister of State for Home Kiran Rijiju had told Rajya Sabha, in a written reply to CPI MP Dr. T.N. Seema, the NPR is the first step towards creation of National Register of Indian Citizens, NRIC, by verifying the citizenship status of every usual residents. The 2018-19 annual report of the Home Ministry also says the NPR is the first step towards implementation of the NRC. The National Population Register, NPR, is the first step towards the creation of the National Register of Indian Citizens, NRIC, under the provisions of the aforementioned statute, Citizenship Act, the annual report said. What else makes NPR controversial? Another debate has been about privacy. The NPR intends to collect many details of personal data on residents. The NPR is among a host of identity databases such as Aadhaar, voter card, passport and more that Home Minister Shah said he would like to see combined into one card. We will have to end all these separate exercises, Shah said at the foundation stone-laying ceremony for the new office of Registrar General of India and Census Commissioner on September 24. If there was a previous NPR, how and when did the idea originate? The first such project dates back to the UPA regime and was put in motion by then Home Minister P. Chidambaram in 2009. At that time, it had clashed with Aadhaar, UIDAI, over which project would be best suited for transferring government benefits to citizens. The Home Ministry then pushed NPR as a better vehicle because it connected every NPR recorded resident to a household through the census. The ministry push even put the UIDAI project on the back burner. The data for NPR was first collected in 2010 along with the house listing phase of Census 2011. In 2015, this data was updated by conducting door-to-door surveys. However, with the NDA government picking out Aadhaar as the key vehicle for transfer of government benefits in 2016 and putting its weight behind it, NPR took a backseat. It was through a notification on August 3 by the RGI that the idea has been revived. The exercise to update the 2015 Nepalese rupees with additional data has begun. Digitization of updated information has been completed. What kind of data will be collected? The NPR will collect both demographic data and biometric data, although for the latter it will depend upon Aadhaar. In the last NPR in 2010, data were collected on 15 aspects. In the 2020 Nepalese rupees, there are 21 data points. Again, 3 of the data points from 2010, father's name, mother's name, spouse's name, have been clubbed into one in the 2020 exercise, so that, in effect, there are 8 new data points, including the contentious date and place of birth of parents. Aadhaar number, voluntary. Mobile number. Date and place of birth of parents. Place of last residence. Passport number, if Indian passport holder. Voter ID card number. Permanent account number. Driving license number. In the test, the RGI is seeking these details and working to update the civil registration system of birth and death certificates. What if one does not have such details? According to Home Ministry sources, while registering with NPR is mandatory, furnishing of additional data such as PAN, Aadhaar, driving license and voter ID is voluntary. We are reposing trust on citizens, Union Minister Prakash Javadekar said on Tuesday while announcing the cabinet decision. The ministry has also floated the option of residents updating details for NPR online. Why does the government want so much data? While there are concerns about privacy, the government position is based on 2 grounds. One is that every country must have a comprehensive identity database of its residents with demographic details. In its statement issued after cabinet approval to NPR, the Home Ministry said the objective of conducting NPR is to prepare a credible register of every family and individual living in the country apart from strengthening security and improvement in targeting of beneficiaries under various central government schemes. The second ground, largely to justify the collection of data such as driving license, voter ID and PAN, is that it will ease the life of those residing in India by cutting red tape. It is common to find different dates of birth of a person on different government documents. NPR will help eliminate that. With NPR data, residents will not have to furnish various proofs of age, address and other details in official work. It would also eliminate duplication in voter lists, an official said. Officials, however, insist that NPR information is confidential, meaning it will not be shared with third parties. There is as yet no clarity on the mechanism for protection of this vast amount of data that the government plans to collect. What does one make of the defiance of West Bengal and Kerala? These opposition-ruled states are making a political point. Citizenship, aliens and naturalization are subject matters listed in List 1 of the 7th schedule that fall exclusively under the domain of Parliament. Legally, the states have no say in implementing or ruling out NPR. However, given that the manpower is drawn from the states, the defiance could potentially result in a showdown. For all the latest explained news, download Indian Express app. Dangerous doublespeak, The Hindu editorial on government's NPR-NRC talk, The Hindu. The center appears to have marginally mellowed its position on rolling out a National Register of Citizens, NRC, going by the statements of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah this week. But the Prime Minister's contention that the widespread concerns about the NRC are merely fear-mongering by his political opponents is disingenuous and lame. The Prime Minister said no discussion on NRC had taken place in the government, which may be a clever statement but is certainly not reassuring. The plans for a countrywide NRC were announced repeatedly by senior functionaries of the government including Mr. Shah, even in Parliament. The concern that such an exercise, in combination with the recently enacted Citizenship Amendment Act, or CAA, could lead to disenfranchisement and harassment of the poor and undocumented segments of the population was not born out of anyone's imagination. Such a link has been stated by the ruling dispensation. The political thought behind the CAA-NRC fusion is the distinction that Mr. Modi makes between infiltrators and refugees, as if they could be separated on the basis of their religion. This argument was advanced in the 2014 campaign, and it is ironical that the Prime Minister reiterated it in the same speech in which he accused the opposition of spreading misinformation on the NRC. If the government has a rethink on its strident position on the NRC, it must say so up front, and at any rate desist from denigrating critics. So far, what has come as clarification has only added to the confusion. In fact, the government must seriously reevaluate its position. India has a host of serious national challenges to tackle, the economy being the most critical. In his first Independence Day speech as Prime Minister, Mr. Modi had in 2014 called for a 10-year moratorium on communal and caste conflicts. He also promised to run the country on the basis of consensus and not of legislative majority. It is time he redeemed that pledge, and worked to heal the deep wounds inflicted by his misguided policy priorities. The intolerance towards opposing views and political opponents is expressed in horrifying terms down the ladder. The Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, vowed to take revenge against CAA-NRC protesters who turned violent. The Uttar Pradesh police have not explained satisfactorily how several people died of bullet injuries, while claiming that their personnel did not fire a single bullet. A Bharatiya Janata Party (BJP) MLA threatened to wipe out critics of CAA-NRC. Several other BJP functionaries have continued to make menacing statements regarding the NRC, even after the Prime Minister blamed the opposition. The Prime Minister must demonstrate he is a man of his word, and that his writ runs in the party and the government. Mind the gap, on gender gap, The Hindu. Assessing women's access to equal opportunity and resources against the access that men have would be a scientific way of evaluating a nation's commitment to the advancement of its citizens. But going by the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index 2020, released last week, questions can easily be raised about whether this government is doing the right thing by the country's women. India has dropped 4 points from 2018, to take the 112th rank on the index. The index measures the extent of gender-based gaps on 4 key parameters: economic participation and opportunity, educational attainment, health and survival, and political empowerment. Notably, it measures gender-based gaps in access to resources and opportunities in countries, rather than the actual levels of the available resources and opportunities. Despite a small score improvement, India has lost 4 positions as some countries ranked lower than India have shown better improvement. The country has reportedly closed 2/3 of its overall gender gap, with a score of 66.8%, but the report notes with concern that the condition of women in large fringes of Indian society is precarious. Of significant concern is the economic gender gap, with a score of 35.4%, at the 149th place, among 153 countries, and down 7 places since the previous edition, indicating only a third of the gap has been bridged. The participation of women in the labor force is also among the lowest in the world, and the female estimated earned income is only 1/5 of male income. An alarming statistic is India's position, 150th rank, on the very bottom of the health and survival subindex, determined largely by the skewed sex ratio at birth, violence, forced marriage and discrimination in access to health. It is on the educational attainment, 112th rank, and political empowerment, 18th rank, fronts that the relative good news is buried. There is no question that the Gender Gap Index presents India with an opportunity to make the necessary amends forthwith. Doing what the government is currently doing is clearly not going to be sufficient. It needs to engage intimately with all aspects indicated by the index to improve the score, and set targets to reduce the gender gap in the foreseeable future. It will have to drastically scale up efforts it has introduced to encourage women's participation, and increase opportunities for them. To do so, it also needs to make sure there is actual implementation at the ground level. While a good score on any global index is a target worth pursuing, what is being questioned here is basic: is the state reneging on its commitment to half its population? A commitment to ameliorate the conditions for women as a non-negotiable duty of any state. The Musharraf verdict was a long time coming, The Hindu. But in their silence in the high treason case, Pakistan's political parties are only strengthening the military's hands. Many of those who have supported democracy in Pakistan since its inception in 1970 and after the Constitution of Pakistan was promulgated in 1973, have demanded that the 2 military generals who undertook coups and abrogated the constitution, be held accountable. Both General Zia-ul-Haq (1977) and General Pervez Musharraf (1999) were able to convince the superior judiciary that their coups to dismiss elected governments were in the national interest, with both coups being validated by the superior judiciary, and neither of the 2 coup makers held accountable for his actions. In fact, provisions were subsequently introduced into the Constitution on both occasions, which ratified such action through Parliament granting impunity for numerous unconstitutional acts. On December 17, 2019, a special court of the Supreme Court of Pakistan held the now retired Gen. Pervez Musharraf guilty, in absentia, of the offence of high treason and to be hanged to death, not for undertaking the coup against Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif in October 1999, but for imposing an emergency on November 3, 2007. The term used to applaud this sentence, that the judgment is unprecedented, given Pakistan's political economy with the dominance of the military in which Gen. Musharraf of the Pakistan Army's Special Services Group, SSG, himself led as Chief of the Army Staff from 1998 to 2007, is itself severely understated. Since the first of three major coups, in 1958, with generals ruling Pakistan collectively directly for more than 3 decades, and also determining political processes for a further 2 decades, such a judgment has been a long time coming. Even those who are against capital punishment have endorsed the decision in principle, hoping that if ever it is implemented, it would be converted into life imprisonment. A verdict's ripple effects. Clearly, former President General, retired Pervez Musharraf is not going to be hanged. Nor will paragraph 66 of the judgment, which states that even if found dead, his corpse be dragged to the D Chowk, Islamabad, Pakistan and be hanged for 3 days, be applied to him if he were to pass away. Such dramatic language notwithstanding, which was a minority view which is not part of the official judgment, the fact that the Supreme Court of Pakistan could take such an extraordinary decision has major repercussions and consequences. Before one begins to interpret the nature of the consequences of this particular judgment, it is worth citing a few recent instances in the nature of decisions by the Supreme Court. In 2007, through a lawyers' movement which rallied thousands of lawyers against the decision of the then-President Musharraf to dismiss the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, the legal fraternity reinvented itself as an institution which wanted to be seen as democratic, impartial and independent. By taking on Gen. Musharraf with the critical support of the three main political parties led by Nawaz Sharif, Asif Ali Zardari and including the incumbent Prime Minister of Pakistan Imran Khan himself, the lawyers' movement changed from one of protecting the legal community's specific self-interests into one of a broader anti-Musharraf, pro-democracy movement, eventually leading to Gen. Musharraf's resignation as President of Pakistan in 2008 in order to avoid an impeachment process initiated by Parliament. Since 2008, the judiciary has had Pakistan's former Prime Minister imprisoned, found a sitting Prime Minister to be ineligible to hold office resulting in his resignation, and along with the National Accountability Bureau opened trials against numerous ministers. It has also been involved in prosecuting a former civilian president of Pakistan. Numerous former ministers and one former Prime Minister of Pakistan are currently in captivity. Some have still not been charged. The courts have been particularly active in dispensing judgments and justice against numerous civilian representatives. They have also passed 2 critical judgments against the military. In November 2017, a sit-in took place near Islamabad by a newly formed religious political party called the Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan (TLP). A suo motu case was taken up by the Supreme Court and in its judgment in 2018 it ordered action against army officers who engaged in political activity, supporting the TLP in the sit-in. The judgment cast aspersions on the Pakistan military's Secret Inter-Services Intelligence (ISI) wing and felt that there was a perception that the ISI might have been involved in the sit-in. It also felt that the Director General (DG) of the Inter-Services Public Relations (ISPR) had taken to commenting on political matters. Clearly, the military and its leadership could not have been pleased by such newfound judgments. However, the subsequent involvement of the superior judiciary in military affairs was an even bigger surprise and a reflection of an attempt to assert a new sense of its power and independence. Just 3 weeks before the high treason judgment against Gen. Musharraf by the Supreme Court of Pakistan, it suspended the 3-year extension in the services of the current Chief of Army Staff, General Qamar Bajwa. It was to have taken place smoothly, as it has in the past, on November 29, 2019, the day he was to retire. The court extended his tenure by a mere 6 months, asking Parliament to find constitutional means to deal with such extensions. The military reacts. The Musharraf high treason judgment drew the wrath of the DGISPR, who issued a press release immediately after, stating that the decision has been received with a lot of pain and anguish by the rank and file of Pakistan Armed Forces. Gen. Musharraf, with his exemplary record, the press release stated, can surely never be a traitor. Clearly, the military and its establishment have not been pleased by the Supreme Court's judgment. Immediately after the announcement of the judgment, General Bawa visited General Musharraf's former unit, the SSG, and was photographed raising a clenched fist. While the military has expressed its displeasure and disappointment in this series of judgments by issuing press releases and holding press conferences, the military's B team, the incumbent government of Prime Minister Imran Khan, has also risen to the defense of the military, perhaps trying to pay back much support that the military has provided to the civilian government. Since the civilian government has repeatedly stated that it is on the same page as the military, this was to be expected. Jarring note. What has been surprising, however, has been the utter silence from the two main political parties on the Musharraf high treason case, that of Nawaz Sharif and Asif Ali Zardari. Perhaps the saddest aspect of the Supreme Court's independent stand in following its interpretation of the Constitution has been the absence of support by political parties which ought to have benefited the most by such a judgment. This judgment clearly enhances democracy in Pakistan, but if those who are supposedly democracy's champions are unable to celebrate a huge symbolic victory, it only reaffirms the perception that despite 3 civilian elected governments since 2008, the military continues to rule Pakistan. Without the support of democratic forces, it is improbable that even the Musharraf high treason judgment would deter the military from taking any sort of political action it feels necessary in the national interest. Yet another opportunity to strengthen democracy in Pakistan may have been lost. Akbar Zaidi is a political economist based in Karachi. He teaches at Columbia University in New York, and at the IBA in Karachi. An act that fails the constitutional test, the Hindu. The government needs to display an accommodative approach in its reaction to the protests against the Citizenship Act. After reading opinion page articles in this daily such as Time to Defend India's Secularism, by Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, December 18, 2019, and a premature denouncement of the Citizenship Act, December 21, 2019, by Member of Parliament and former Union Minister Subramanian Swamy, one cannot avoid the feeling that the issues require more corroboration and expansion. Mr. Vijayan has argued that the Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA) 2019 is violative of Article 14 of the Constitution and impinges on the very ideals of our freedom struggle. He tries to establish that the CAA, being divisive and discriminatory, manifestly violates human rights, and is an attempt to impose the politics and philosophy of Hindutva, to accomplish its vision of a Hindu nation. Dr. Swamy has attempted to rebut these arguments on 3 premises: that of the aims and objects of this piece of legislation passed by both houses of Parliament with a large majority, the historic context for the legislation, and the equation of Hindutva with secularism. The arguments in the December 21 article appear hollow on multiple grounds and mandate rebuttal. Quite often, conceivably discriminatory laws are camouflaged by language. What requires analysis is a reasonable scrutiny of the cumulative effects of the legislation, read not in isolated silos. Dr. Swamy argues that the need for this bill arose partly because the Islamic theocratic nations, of Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Afghanistan, have brutally persecuted non-Muslim minorities since 1947. However, India's official position on a number of occasions necessitate us to make a nuanced observation. While exercising its right of reply at the 38th session of the UN Human Rights Council, in 2018, the Indian representative said of Pakistan's stand, in its obsession with Puritanism, it has unleashed systematic persecution against its own Muslim minorities including Shias, Ahmadiyas, Ismailia and Hazaras, who have been reduced to second-class citizens. Video, Amit Shah says no link between NRC and NPR. Fact check, is the government right in denying NPR-NRC link? Podcast, will the NPR be the start of the NRC? It is about rights. In the course of justification, Dr. Swamy has argued that no Muslims or Jews came to India over the last 70 years on grounds of religious persecution. It is devoid of constitutional logic because, as per the Indian constitution, even in the absence of an actual claim, rights of an individual persist. The Supreme Court of India has held that Article 14 was founded on a sound public policy recognized and valued all over the civilized world. Its language was the language of command, and it imposed an obligation on the state of which no person could, by his act or conduct, relieve it. It signifies that even if a Muslim or a Jew might not have approached for last 70 years, it cannot be considered as a ground for waiver of right to equality enshrined in Article 14. In order to vindicate the patently unreasonable classification under the CAA, Dr. Swamy appears to have misquoted the Congress Party Working Committee's resolution of 1947 and former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh's statement of 2003 in terms of intent. It is worth noting that their premise for a lenient and humane approach was not based on the specific ground of religion, but persecution. Defining persecution. Dr. Swamy's opinion that, on religious persecution, the Muslims of Pakistan, etc., are not similarly placed, lacks academic rigor. Arriving at a concrete definition of religious persecution is a difficult task. Also read. Explained, what connects the NPR, NRIC and census. In the context of persecution, religion has to be understood not from the believer's point of view, rather it is about what it means to its adversaries. For instance, the treatment meted towards an atheist or agnostic gets completely ignored under the parochial understanding of the CAA. Even the agents of persecution can be of various types, including state agencies persecuting one or more religious communities, religious organizations persecuting other religious communities, or individual Puritans enforcing conformity on their own people. As an illustration, UN experts and special rapporteurs have reported, inter alia, that the current legal requirement for a separate electoral list for the Ahmadis, who have to declare themselves as non-Muslims in order to vote, is of particular concern. On the aspect of human rights, the words of statesman-philosopher Dr. Radhakrishnan should suffice. This view of religious impartiality, of comprehension and forbearance, has a prophetic role to play within the national and international life. No group of citizens shall arrogate to itself rights and privileges which it denies to others. No person should suffer any form of disability or discrimination because of his religion, but all alike should be free to share to the fullest degree in the common life. Basis of partition. Drawing parallels between Hindutva and secularism appears to be a complete misadventure, as minor incidental overlappings may exist between two diametrically opposite philosophies. Contrary to many misinformed, aggressive and irresponsible statements made by some parliamentarians on the issue of partition and a Hindu Rashtra, let us remind ourselves that the partition of 1947 did not take place on religious lines. Rather, it was based on a philosophical understanding of the nature of society citizens and leaders wanted. Pakistan opted for a theocratic nature of governance, but our founding fathers coveted a plural, inclusive and modern society based on democratic and secular credentials. The CAA has witnessed large-scale, nonviolent protest by both the masses and intellectuals. It is hoped that the government will display an accommodative approach. To conclude by paraphrasing Edmund Burke, magnanimity in politics is not seldom the truest wisdom, and a great democracy and little minds go ill together. Ann Molam is a lawyer, running a non-profit organization BDLAAAW. Farheen Ahmad is a research scholar at the South Asian University, New Delhi. The Right Count, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 26, 2019, 12 hours 5 minutes and 49 seconds am. In the 1970s, when India embarked on Project Tiger, conservation authorities sought to identify every tiger in the wild from its paw print. Ever since they slumped to an all-time low of around 1,400 in 2006-2007, India's tiger numbers have increased. The last tiger census report, released in July, put the population at 2,967, a 33% increase over 2014 when tigers were last enumerated. But the achievements in conservation have been clouded by doubts over the counting methods. In September, an investigation by this paper revealed that the last tiger census had over-reported the population by 16%. Following that investigation, the National Tiger Conservation Authority, NTCA, which along with the Dehradun-based Wildlife Institute of India, conducts the tiger census, has taken the first step towards introducing correctives. It has admitted the necessity of bringing more scientific robustness to the exercise. In the 1970s, when India embarked on Project Tiger, conservation authorities sought to identify every tiger in the wild from its paw print. But scientists criticized this method as highly subjective and riddled with the possibilities of duplication. Their fears came true in 2005, when this newspaper reported that the Sariska National Park in Rajasthan had lost all its tigers. A year before, Pugmark surveys had claimed that all was well at the reserve. Since 2006, tiger audits have relied on camera traps. They have estimated the animal's prey base and tried to gauge the health of the tiger's habitats. All this has helped the NTCA and we to arrive at more realistic numbers. But doubts over methodology have persisted. The quality of camera traps has been a major issue in several reserves, and scientists have contended that the NTCA and we have not devised sound protocols. The last tiger census, however, invited questions. It counted underage cubs. Methods used to identify the uniqueness of an individual animal were given short shrift and the problem of duplication resurfaced. These have led to renewed demands by scientists for transparency in the census operations. In the past, the NTCA has stonewalled such demands. It is heartening, therefore, that it has finally acknowledged the need for accountability. However, it is disappointing that the agency has dismissed calls to subject the tiger census procedures to peer reviews. Without passing this credibility test, India's greatest wildlife protection success story will not have a place in scientific literature. Worse, tiger conservation will continue to be linked to attempts to score political points. Towards jointness, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 26, 2019, 12 hours 5 minutes and 47 seconds am. While the CDs will provide principal military advice to the government, he is not the commander of all the armed forces in the country, a far cry from the commander-in-chief of the British colonial era. The Union Cabinet's approval for the post of a Chief of Defense Staff (CDS) on Tuesday brings to fruition the process set in motion by Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his Independence Day speech when he announced that, after formation of this post, all the three forces will get effective leadership at the top level. The office of a principal military advisor to the government was first mooted many decades ago, but it got a serious push only after the 1999 Kargil War. The Kargil Review Committee, headed by the late K. Subramaniam, stated the requirement, which was fleshed out in detail in 2001 as a substantive recommendation of a CDs by a group of ministers on national security in the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government. But the recommendation did not find favor with either the Vajpayee government or the UPA government, largely due to bureaucratic and political resistance to the idea of an all-powerful military commander, and also because of the inter-service rivalry between the Air Force, the Navy and the Army. Meanwhile, another expert committee, headed by Naresh Chandra, again recommended a top military advisor, not a CDS but a permanent chairman of Chiefs of Staff Committee, but it too did not see the light of day. The major task of the CDs, as stated by the government, is to ensure coordination between the three services, especially in matters of defense procurement, besides helping enforce structuring of the services to bring in savings and operational synergy. The CDs will prioritize requirements of the three services within budgetary allocations, taking a big responsibility away from the ministry, and has also been tasked to facilitate restructuring of military commands for optimal utilization of resources by bringing about jointness in operations, including through establishment of joint theater commands. That is an important role, which also points to a reform roadmap for the future, towards the eventual creation of joint theater commands. While the CDs will provide principal military advice to the government, he is not the commander of all the armed forces in the country, a far cry from the commander-in-chief of the British colonial era. In fact, the government made it clear that CDs will not exercise any military command, including over the three service chiefs, so as to be able to provide impartial advice to the political leadership. It also means the dilution of the 2001 GOM recommendation, which had envisaged the CDs as a single-point military advisor, not limited to principal advisor, to the government. Not only is there no concentration of power, he will be functioning as the secretary of a department within the ministry, while being at par with the three service chiefs in military status and rank. Some teething problems can be expected in the beginning, but things are bound to fall in place as norms, processes and rules are worked out between the three services, the CDs and the Defense Ministry. It will require the navigation of entrenched institutional interests, hierarchical powers and military traditions to lay the foundations for a strong and functional CDs. Who was Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, freedom fighter and educationist, explained News, The Indian Express. By Explained Desk, New Delhi, updated, December 25, 2019, 8 hours 50 minutes and 53 seconds p.m. Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya is known for founding the Banaras Hindu University and for becoming one of the torchbearers of the freedom struggle. File. On Wednesday, Prime Minister Narendra Modi posted on Twitter, India will always be grateful to Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya for his numerous efforts to make India free. Additionally, he was a scholar and thinker who worked towards spreading education among our citizens. Paid tributes to Mahamana at Parliament House this morning. December 25 is the birth anniversary of Madan Mohan Malviya, the famed Indian educationist and freedom fighter who is also called Mahamana. Malviya is known for founding the Banaras Hindu University and for becoming one of the torchbearers of the freedom struggle, acting as a bridge between the moderates and the extremists in the Congress. Read, what is the Rohtang Tunnel, now named after Atal Bihari Vajpayee? Born in Allahabad, Malviya took early education under the Pathshala system, and was proficient in Sanskrit. In 1879, he graduated from the Muir Central College, today's Allahabad University, and started working as a teacher at a local high school. Drawn to politics, Malviya joined the Indian National Congress at its Calcutta session in 1886. It had been founded a year previously at the Gokuldas Tejpal Sanskrit College in Mumbai. Malviya rose up the ranks, and became president 4 times, in 1909, Lahore, in 1918, Delhi, in 1930, Delhi, and in 1932, Calcutta. Malviya was part of the Congress for almost 50 years. Malviya was one of the early leaders of the Hindu Mahasabha, and helped found it in 1906. He was a social reformer and a successful legislator, serving as a member of the Imperial Legislative Council for 11 years, 1909–20. Also read, What is annular solar eclipse? At the Banaras Hindu University, BHU, which he founded in 1916, he served as vice-chancellor from 1919 to 1938. Malviya espoused free and compulsory primary education, opposed the system of indentured labor in the British Empire, and supported the nationalization of railways. In the freedom struggle, Malviya was midway between the liberals and the nationalists, the moderates and the extremists, as the followers of Gokhale and Tilak were respectively called. In 1930, when Mahatma Gandhi launched the Salt Satyagraha and the civil disobedience movement, he participated in it and courted arrest. In 2015, the government bestowed Malviya with the Bharat Ratna, India's highest civilian honor, 68 years after his death. In 2016, the Indian Railways started the Varanasi-New Delhi Mahamana Express in the leader's honor. BJP's insult to Periyar, why the iconoclast social reformer matters in Tamil Nadu, explained news, The Indian Express. By Explained Desk, Chennai, published December 25, 2019, 6 hours 35 minutes and 52 seconds p.m. CN Editorial with Periyar. Source: Wikimedia Commons. The distasteful tweet, now deleted, on Periyar by the Tamil Nadu BJP on his 46th death anniversary has triggered a firestorm of protests in the state. Similar reactions were triggered in March 2018 after state BJP leader H. Raja had posted on Facebook that soon, statues of caste fanatic E.V. Ramaswamy Periyar will be brought down. Why is an iconoclast, rationalist social reformer so dear to the people of a state where Hindu religiosity is in open and constant evidence? Who was E.V. Ramaswamy Periyar? Born in 1879, Periyar is remembered for the self-respect movement to redeem the identity and self-respect of Tamils. He envisaged a Dravida homeland of Dravida Nadu, and launched a political party, Dravidar Kazhagam (DK). Periyar started his political career as a Congress worker in his hometown Erode. He quarreled with Gandhi over the question of separate dining for Brahmin and non-Brahmin students at Gurukulam, a Congress-sponsored school owned by nationalist leader V.V.S. Iyer in Charan Mahadevi near Tirunelveli. At the request of parents, Iyer had provided separate dining for Brahmin students, which Periyar opposed. Gandhi proposed a compromise, arguing that while it may not be a sin for a person not to dine with another, he would rather respect their scruples. After failing to bend the Congress to his view, Periyar resigned from the party in 1925, and associated himself with the Justice Party and the Self-Respect movement, which opposed the dominance of Brahmins in social life, especially the bureaucracy. The Justice Party had a decade earlier advocated reservation for non-Brahmins in the bureaucracy and, after coming to power in the Madras Presidency, issued an order to implement it. Periyar's fame spread beyond the Tamil region during the Vaikom Satyagraha of 1924, a mass movement to demand that lower caste persons be given the right to use a public path in front of the famous Vaikom temple. Periyar took part in the agitation with his wife, and was arrested twice. He would later be referred to as Vaikom Veerar, hero of Vaikom. During the 1920s and 30s, Periyar combined social and political reform, and challenged the conservatism of the Congress and the mainstream national movement in the Tamil region. He reconstructed the Tamil identity as an egalitarian ideal that was originally unpolluted by the caste system, and counterposed it against the Indian identity championed by the Congress. He argued that caste was imported to the Tamil region by Aryan Brahmins, who spoke Sanskrit and came from northern India. In the 1930s, when the Congress ministry imposed Hindi, he drew a parallel with the Aryanization process, and claimed it was an attack on Tamil identity and self-respect. Under him, the Dravidian movement became a struggle against caste and an assertion of Tamil national identity. In the 1940s, Periyar launched Dravidar Kazhagam, which espoused an independent Dravida Nadu comprising Tamil, Malayalam, Telugu, and Kannada speakers. The Dravidian linguistic family was the foundation on which he based his idea of a Dravida national identity. These ideas had a seminal influence on the shaping of the political identity and culture of the Tamil-speaking areas of Madras Presidency, and continue to resonate in present-day Tamil Nadu. Periyar died in 1973 at the age of 94. What legacy did Periyar leave behind? For the average Tamil, Periyar today is an ideology. He stands for a politics that foregrounded social equality, self-respect, and linguistic pride. As a social reformer, he focused on social, cultural and gender inequalities, and his reform agenda questioned matters of faith, gender and tradition. He asked people to be rational in their life choices. He argued that women needed to be independent, not mere child bearers, and insisted that they be allowed an equal share in employment. The self-respect movement that he led promoted weddings without rituals, and sanctioned property as well as divorce rights for women. He appealed to people to give up the caste suffix in their names, and to not mention caste. He instituted interdining with food cooked by Dalits in public conferences in the 1930s. Over the years, Periyar has transcended the political divide as well as the fault lines of religion and caste, and come to be revered as Thanthai Periyar, the father figure of modern Tamil Nadu. The condemnation of the BJP's derogatory references underlines the iconic status Periyar enjoys in Tamil Nadu. While caste discrimination continues to be prevalent in the state, every political party pays at least lip service to Periyar's ideals of social and political justice. Endless wait on Afghanistan presidential election, The Hindu. The announcement of preliminary results for the Afghanistan presidential election is a significant step for India's war-torn neighbor. The fourth presidential poll since the Taliban's fall in 2001, it consolidates the country's democratic process in the face of odds, including continuing violence and terrorism there. According to the Independent Election Commission, President Ashraf Ghani has won 50.64% of the votes counted, which, if ratified, will obviate the need for a second round of polling. A second round, probably only after winter, would prolong the uncertainty around the polls, given that even these results took more than 3 months to announce. That these polls were held was a miracle, having been delayed for months, and almost cancelled after progress in reconciliation talks with Taliban leaders, who do not recognize the electoral process. The U.S.'s decision to cancel the talks in September, now resumed, gave the necessary breather for the September 28 polls and counting to be carried out. But questions remain. Voter turnout was a record low, with only about a quarter of 9.6 million registered voters voting. Thousands of votes were also disqualified after biometric match failures and other irregularities, setting off allegations of voter fraud. As a result, Afghanistan's former chief executive officer and Mr. Ghani's chief rival, Dr. Abdullah, has rejected the preliminary results. Mr. Ghani's vote margin over Mr. Abdullah is only about 214,769, and if more votes are disqualified during the review process, the men may have to fight the second round. This will possibly be more divisive for Afghanistan given that Mr. Ghani, a Pashtun leader, has drawn much of his support from the Pashtun majority south and Mr. Abdullah has won mainly in the northern areas with Tajik presence. The U.S. Taliban talks also cast a shadow over whether the results will be respected if the Taliban negotiates its way into a power-sharing arrangement in Kabul. Setting aside the concerns, Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulated Mr. Ghani for winning the elections, a gesture which will be noted by Mr. Ghani and Vice President-elect Amrullah Saleh. Mr. Modi reaffirmed India's close and strategic partnership with Afghanistan since 2010. The move came in sharp contrast to the rest of the world that has chosen to be more cautious at present. The U.S. ambassador has reminded all that many steps remain before the final results are certified and declared, and the UN has called for all candidates to safeguard and complete the election. It will be in everyone's interests, particularly the Afghans who braved violent attacks, to go out and vote, if the remaining steps of the electoral process are completed at the earliest, and democracy is reaffirmed in Afghanistan. Cracks in the relic, on U.S.-Turkey relations. The Hindu. Rising tensions in U.S.-Turkey relations are threatening to upset North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, unity. In the latest of a series of incidents, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has threatened to shut down 2 U.S. bases in retaliation for the proposed American sanctions on Ankara over purchasing Russian weapons. The U.S. and Turkey are the largest and second-largest standing armies of NATO, respectively. There are U.S. nuclear warheads in the Incirlik Air Base, a critical facility for American operations in West Asia. Mr. Erdogan has warned that Incirlik and the Kerchik radar base would be shut if there are sanctions. U.S.-Turkey ties began slumping in recent years after Washington's refusal to extradite Fethullah Gulen, a U.S.-based Turkish Islamic preacher who is accused by Ankara of orchestrating the failed 2016 coup against Mr. Erdogan. The U.S. decision to arm and assist Kurdish rebels in Syria against the Islamic State was another blow. Ankara sees the People's Protection Units, the main Syrian Kurdish militia that became an American ally in the anti-IS war, as an affiliate of the Kurdistan Workers' Party, the Kurdish militia on the Turkish side. In return, Turkey moved closer towards Russia, now trying to raise its regional profile, and invaded Kurdish-held towns in northern Syria earlier this year. Turkey's decision to purchase the Russian S-400 missile system despite U.S.-NATO opposition, was the tipping point. Also read: an ally, a partner in American unilateralism, on the U.S. response to Turkey's S-400 deal with Russia. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, NATO, founded as a Soviet counterweight, remained as a vehicle of Western military might and continued to expand to Russia's borders, creating tensions between Russia and the West in the recent past. But with the resurgence of populist, nationalist leaders in several Western countries, the NATO's relevance has been called into question several times. U.S. President Donald Trump and French President Emmanuel Macron have used the words obsolete and brain death, respectively. Fast deteriorating ties between the U.S. and Turkey is adding to the crisis. The Trump administration has already suspended Turkey from the F-35 program, citing concerns over Russia spying on the fighter jet's capabilities using the S-400 system's radar. Earlier this month, the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee approved a bill seeking sanctions on Turkey over the S-400 purchase and the Syria offensive. But Ankara seems determined to go ahead with the S-400 deal and even buy advanced Russian aircraft if the U.S. does not deliver the F-35s. And with threats to shut down Incirlik and Kerchik bases, it is now clear that the cracks are wide open. The question the Atlantic Alliance faces in this hour of crisis is not just whether the U.S. and Turkey would manage to resolve their differences, but also whether NATO, a Cold War relic, could stay relevant in a post-Cold War era where bilateral ties are fast changing. Walking Home, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 27, 2019, 12 hours 14 minutes and 40 seconds am. Ram Dass, who has died aged 88, was born Richard Alpert, the son of a Jewish railroad company director in Boston. White guru guy back from India with Kundalini chakra on fire. LSD freak who gave it away too freely. Magic mushroom researcher who turned his own body into an organic chemistry lab. Such are the stereotypes that Ram Dass, disciple of Neem Karoli Baba of Kainchi Dham and fellow traveler of Timothy Leary of Harvard, discarded throughout his eventful life. He was one of the very few icons of the counterculture era who adapted to a rapidly changing world, and became a proselytizer of decency and humanity in everyday life. From Leary's turn on, tune in, drop out to Dass's own exhortations to be here now, and to treat everyone you meet as if they are God and drag, you see the trajectory of the counterculture as it swept down from LSD towards the contemporary nirvana of spiritual wellness. While hot yoga and levitation powered by transcendental meditation fail to inspire, and Carlos Castaneda is stuck fast in the country of the quaint, Ram Dass remains a comfort for hearts and minds bruised by life. Dass, who has died aged 88, was born Richard Alpert, the son of a Jewish railroad company director in Boston. He was an alumnus of Tufts and Stanford, taught psychology at Harvard, flew a Cessna and drove a Mercedes. After he was kicked off campus along with psychedelic co-conspirator Leary, he came to India and was strongly influenced by Neem Karoli Baba, a humor-loving guru who was interested in the here and now, and who valued happiness. His teacher named him Ram Dass, and he is the link in the chain of being that drew the young Steve Jobs and Mark Zuckerberg to Kainchi Dham in Uttarakhand. Dass touched innumerable lives before leaving this plane of existence. Power and the Sena, the Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 27, 2019, 12 hours 14 minutes and 38 seconds am. The contradictions in Thackeray's attempt to balance coalition compulsions with the long-held beliefs of cadres will surely soon come to the fore. The ascent to office in the company of the NCP and Congress seems to be forcing the Shiv Sena to rethink some of its core ideals. Recently, party chief and Maharashtra chief minister, Uddhav Thackeray, responding to a taunt from BJP leader and former CM, Devendra Fadnavis, said in the Legislative Assembly that the Sena probably made a mistake by mixing politics and religion, and took a hit for it. This is a major departure for the Sena, which had embraced Hindutva as its ideological compass in the 1990s. As Thackeray has explained, Hindutva was the ground on which the Sena and BJP built an alliance that lasted for nearly 3 decades. It is too early to say that Thackeray and the Sena have taken a step towards abandoning Hindutva, but his remarks do suggest that the compulsions of heading a secular coalition government have forced a churn in the party. The first sign was when the party agreed to a common minimum program, the preface of which states that the alliance is committed to uphold the secular values enshrined in the Constitution. The Sena's position on the Citizenship Amendment Bill (CAB) also shifted even as the bill was debated in Parliament. Its MPs voted in favour of CAB in the Lok Sabha but walked out when the bill was introduced in the Rajya Sabha. Thackeray was unambiguous, however, in condemning police action on the anti-CAA protests in Jamia Millia Islamia. He compared it to the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. Sena leaders stayed away from the anti-CAA mobilizations in Maharashtra, but it could be said that the massive rallies were peaceful also because of the party's tacit support. The contradictions in Thackeray's attempt to balance coalition compulsions with the long-held beliefs of cadres will surely soon come to the fore. His challenge as a leader, moreover, is not restricted to the ideological sphere. He will need to instill in the Sena cadres the values of a constitutional democracy, which include accepting the restraints of the rule of law, and allowing political rivals to express their views. The recent incident of Sena workers taunting the head of a BJP supporter in Mumbai for a social media post lampooning Thackeray is a reminder of the party's disgraceful legacy of physically targeting its critics. For all the latest opinion news, download Indian Express app. Tags: Hindutva, Crossing a Line, The Indian Express. By Editorial, published December 27, 2019, 12 hours 6 minutes and 19 seconds am. General Rawat's comments reinforce attempts by the Narendra Modi government in the last few days to criminalize the protests. When the Army Chief, General Bipin Rawat, took a position on the ongoing students' protests against the new citizenship law at a public event in the national capital on Thursday, he overstepped an important line. Despite the exception and aberration, it is a line that has, by and large, held in India's constitutional democracy, dividing the polity from the military, and underscoring civilian supremacy. That its armed forces are neither an extension or instrument of the ruling party, nor a dominant player in the polity, and that, for the most part, the military abides by an apolitical ethos, a voluntary restraint, a culture of neutrality, marks India out from less evolved democracies in its neighborhood and beyond. General Rawat's criticism of the protests, therefore, his publicly expressed conviction that protesters are leading masses and crowds to carry out arson and violence in cities and towns, and his stern pronouncing of judgment, "This is not leadership," are conspicuously improper. The fact that the general, only days away from retirement, chose to wade into a sensitive political issue playing out live across the country, and in doing so, echoed the point of view of the ruling regime, says disquieting things. General Rawat's comments reinforce attempts by the Narendra Modi government in the last few days to criminalize the protests. The reality is that these protests have been and they continue to be mostly spontaneous, mostly leaderless, and mostly peaceful. There have been a few disturbing incidents of violence and arson, but across several cities and states, students and young people have turned out peacefully on the streets in large numbers to speak up against a discriminatory law and for the Constitution's letter and spirit. On the other side, the government has seemed utterly lacking in the ability to either listen to them, or to talk to them. It is trying to mask this inability and failure by unleashing the police lathi charge and arbitrary detention, the suspension of internet and imposition of Section 144. In Uttar Pradesh, it has done much worse. Here, the conduct of the Adityanath government is fast turning into a textbook case of how not to deal with a protest in a democracy. The UP government has taken political and administrative imperviousness to a shocking level, with those killed crossing 20, police putting out reward posters for miscreants and suspects, issuing notices and warnings of property attachment, and detaining local civil society leaders who have, on evidence, little to do with the violence. Beyond the immediate events, the backdrop for General Rawat's intervention is also made of a more general tendency by the ruling regime to paint all criticism and political opposition as unpatriotic, if not pro-Pakistan, and to put the figure of the soldier to political and electoral use. Bad in law, poor in history, The Indian Express. Written by Atul Nanda, published December 27, 2019, 12 hours 14 minutes and 46 seconds am. The list of non-Muslim communities excluded from the definition of illegal migrants does not even require that they be of Indian origin. The veritable chaos into which the Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA) has plunged the nation is just the beginning of the far-reaching and dangerous consequences it threatens to have on India's constitutional character. The rationale for the CAA has its roots in two sources: partition and the alleged religious persecution of non-Muslims in Islamic countries. The emotional argument is that such non-Muslims have no other place that they may claim as home as a matter of right, and India would be remiss in not remedying this injustice. While a legislative crusade against religious persecution may seem attractive, the rhetoric of the present central government in support of the law is both legally misconceived and historically flawed. Even a cursory look at the Act exposes the lacunae in the government's argument that the legislation seeks to remedy the errors of partition. Those errors were quite adequately taken care of when the Constitution brought about Article 6, recognizing and restoring the rights of persons who migrated to India from Pakistan in those unhappy times. The government, through Parliament, has been deliberately selective about the choice of countries to which the Act will apply: Pakistan, Bangladesh and Afghanistan, while ignoring others such as Sri Lanka, Myanmar, China and Bhutan. This makes the intent to deny protection to Muslims patently clear, even though it is a universally acknowledged fact that Muslims are no more safe from religious persecution than other communities. Instances of such persecution abound, as in the case of the Ahmadi and Shia sects in Pakistan, Taslima Nasrin in Bangladesh, and indeed Salman Rushdie in practically every Islamic country. The CAA fails to recognize the powerful truth that religious persecution is not necessarily premised on the religion of the victim. One must also worry about the eventual legal effects of the amendment. Under the earlier citizenship regime, an illegal migrant was denied access to citizenship even through the process of naturalization under Section 6 read with Third Schedule of the Citizenship, 1954. An illegal migrant was defined under Section 2(b) as one who was without the necessary passport or travel documents as specified therein. Hence, whether or not a person was an illegal migrant was simply an outcome of the existence of requisite travel documents or the lack thereof. The CAA has shredded this definition by introducing the parameter of religion. Parliament has effectively decreed that a Muslim will remain an illegal migrant, whereas any non-Muslim will not, irrespective of lack of travel documents. The list of non-Muslim communities excluded from the definition of illegal migrants does not even require that they be of Indian origin. This again makes a mockery of the persons of Indian origin protection, set out in the objects of the Act. All they have to be is from Afghanistan, Bangladesh or Pakistan. What does "from" mean? A citizen, a resident, a passenger in transit. Given no requirement of being of Indian origin or having to prove any such origins means that an alien could simply apply on the terms of the CAA, prove entry on, before December 2014, and be eligible for citizenship. On the other hand, a Muslim of possibly Indian origin would be denied such a benefit. This may lead to many an undesirable element slipping through the cracks, causing even national security to be sacrificed at the altar of religious jingoism. If the government does not seek to execute a political program, and wants merely to protect the rights of those who are victims of religious persecution, then why doesn't India have an effective policy, legislation for victims of religious persecution seeking asylum? Such a policy, legislation would suffice to serve the purpose, as is the case in most countries. The routine law of citizenship through naturalization could then take over in due course. What then is the legal imperative, much less the rationale, to elevate a refugee to a citizen merely because he is a non-Muslim while denying the same right to a Muslim? The idea of citizenship is contained in Part 2 of the Constitution under Articles 5 to 11. The fact that these articles were drafted, debated, redrafted and redebated over a period of 2 years, culminating in their final form only on August 12, 1949, shows what a vexed question it was then too. Unfortunately, the incumbent Union government has, through its brute majority in Parliament, managed to sneak into the constitutional charter what the Founding Fathers rejected more than 70 years ago. The introduction of religion-specific parameters for granting of citizenship was attempted by some members of the Constituent Assembly and completely rejected by the majority. Panjabrao Deshmukh had proposed a definition of citizenship to include one who is naturalized under the law of naturalization and every person who is a Hindu or a Sikh by religion and is not a citizen of any state wherever he resides. The law of naturalization is nothing but Section 6 read with the third schedule, which has now been amended. The argument even then was that while Muslims have Pakistan, neither the Hindu nor the Sikh has any other place and hence he should get Indian citizenship. This sordid logic was raised not just for the primary issue of citizenship but even the troubling subject of citizenship for persons, read Muslims, who had initially migrated to Pakistan but then returned to India. Fortunately for young India, this divisive refrain was drowned out by saner voices. It was birth, circumstance and domicile and not religion which would define citizenship. Pandit Thakur Das Bhargava was perhaps the strongest proponent of the disconnection of religion from citizenship when he said, "If a Muslim comes to India and bears allegiance to India and loves India as we love her, I have nothing but love for that man. If any nationalist Musalman who is afraid of the Muslims of East Pakistan or West Pakistan comes to India, he certainly should be welcomed. It is our duty to see that he is protected. We will treat him as our brother and a bona fide national of India." That, in essence, is the ethos on which we have built a secular and progressive India. The danger of the CAA is that it says if you are a Muslim, you do not conform to the idea of being an Indian. And that, my friends, would no longer conform to what we know as India. The writer is Advocate General of Punjab. The story of Faiz Hum-Dekhanj, from Pakistan to India, over 40 years, explained News, The Indian Express. Written by Sushant Singh, New Delhi, updated, December 27, 2019 8 hours 50 minutes and 20 seconds am. Faiz Ahmad Faiz with Javed Akhtar. Express Archive. Last week, a professor at IIT Kanpur alleged that students protesting on campus against the police action in Delhi's Jamia Millia Islamia were spreading hate against India. The complaint was provoked by the use by students of a couple of lines from the late Pakistani poet Faiz Ahmad Faiz's poem Hum-Dekhanj. The poet and his poem. Faiz's poem, Wa Yabka Wajo Rabbik, a Quranic verse from Surah Rahman meaning, literally, the face of your Lord, is popularly known by its refrain, Hum-Dekhanj. In South Asia, the mythology around the poem and one particular rendition by the Pakistani ghazal singer Iqbal Bano, an audio recording is available on YouTube, is embellished by every new protest, which recalls the revolutionary verse. An error occurred. Try watching this video on, or enable JavaScript if it is disabled in your browser. Faiz was a communist who employed traditional religious imagery to attack political structures in his quest for revolution. In Hum-Dekhanj, the description of Qiyamah, the Day of Reckoning, is transformed sharply into the Communist Day of Revolution. Read, made to take down editorial on Faiz episode, says IIT Kanpur student body. The religious symbolism in the poem, which was written in 1979, is to be read in the context of Pakistan under the military dictator General Zia-ul-Haq. Zia had deposed Prime Minister Zulfikar Ali Bhutto in a coup in 1977, and declared himself President of Pakistan in September 1978. Zia's dictatorship soon took a powerful religious turn, and he used conservative Islam as an authoritarian and repressive tool to tighten his grip over the country. In Hum-Dekhanj, Faiz called out Zia, a worshipper of power and not a believer in Allah, merging the imagery of faith with revolution. Hum-Dekhanj was censored, with one verse being permanently excised, even from Faiz's complete works, Nuske-e Wafa. A Coke studio performance of the poem last year omitted what is arguably the most revolutionary part of the poem. An error occurred. Try watching this video on, or enable JavaScript if it is disabled in your browser. Jab arzi kuda ke kaab say, sab buadu thwai jayanj, hum ali safa mardudi haram, masnad pe bithai jayanj, sab taj uchhail jayanj, sab tak garai jayanj, roughly translated as, from the abode of God, when the icons of falsehood will be removed, when we, the faithful, who have been barred from sacred places, will be seated on a high pedestal, when crowns will be tossed, when thrones will be brought down. Iqbal Bano. Express Archive. The singer and the context. Hum Dek Enj was a powerful and popular poem, but it assumed iconic status and became a universal anthem of protest and hope after it was rendered by Iqbal Bano in 1986, and live recordings of that performance were smuggled out of Pakistan. That performance inextricably linked her voice and rendition with the poem. Indeed, it was Iqbal Bano who made Faiza's revolutionary Nazma immortal. The most authentic description of that performance, at Lahore's Alhambra Arts Council on February 13, 1986, comes from Faiza's grandson, Ali Mehdi Hashmi. Also read, Kisi ke Bap Ka Hindustan Thodi Hai, Rahat Indori's line from 3 decades ago is rallying call. Faiz had passed away in November 1984, and the occasion was the Faiz Mela, organized on his birthday by the Faiz Foundation. The open-air Mela would be held in the day and, in the evening, there would be a concert. The 1986 concert was given by Iqbal Bano. Hashmi recounts that the hall, with a capacity of either 400 or 600, was full even before she came on stage. From Hashmi's account, it appears that the popular story of 50,000 people being in the audience is untrue. There was commotion after all seats were taken, so the doors were opened and people streamed in, packing the hall completely. Iqbal Bano sang several of Faiza's poems, and Hum Dek Enj received the loudest cheers. She finished the concert, but the audience refused to let her leave, begging for an encore of Hum Dek Enj. She obliged, and a technician in Alhambra surreptitiously recorded the encore. This is the recording that survives today. The clapping and cheers were so thunderous, Hashmi says, that it felt at times that the roof of Alhambra Hall would be blown off. Iqbal Bano had to stop repeatedly to allow the cheers and slogans of Inquilab Zindabad to subside before she could carry on singing. The applause was the wildest for the verse, Sab Taj Uchhail Jayanj, Sab Tak Garai Jayanj. After the concert ended, the poet Gaur Raza has written of a Pakistani friend who attended the concert. Raza's friend had received a late-night call from someone he knew well in the Pakistani armed forces. The caller advised Raza's friend to not stay at home for the next 2 or 3 days. He took the advice, and in the days that followed, many of those who were present at the Lahore auditorium were questioned, and some were detained. His home was visited in the middle of the night by the military police. Many copies of Iqbal Bano's rendition were confiscated and destroyed. An uncle of Hashmi's had managed to get hold of one copy, which he handed over to friends who smuggled it out to Dubai, where it was copied and widely distributed. Before leading a mass singing of We Shall Overcome, in Atlanta in 1967, the American folk singer and social activist Pete Seeger said, "Songs are sneaky things, my friends. They can slip across borders, proliferate in prisons, penetrate hard shells. The right song at the right time can change history." Iqbal Bano sang Faiza's Hum Dek Enj in 1986. 2 years later, in August 1988, Zia was gone, his 11-year rule ended by a plane crash. Fuel to the fire, on Cabinet announcement on NPR, The Hindu. The Union Cabinet announcement on Tuesday that the National Population Register, NPR, would be updated across the country, barring Assam, at an expense of over 3,941.35 crore rupees, would have been considered a routine administrative measure but for the myriad concerns among the public about the government's intentions. The announcement on the NPR came amid continuing protests against the recent Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA) 2019 in many parts of the country and lingering uncertainty regarding the National Register of Indian Citizens (NRIC), on which senior government functionaries have given conflicting statements. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said on Sunday that the NRIC had not been discussed in the government, but that did not mean that it would not be taken up. His assurance that no Indian of any religion will be adversely affected by the controversial CAA rings hollow, when the government has not cleared the air in unambiguous terms that it has no plans for an elaborate plan to tabulate citizens. The NRC, as it was rolled out in Assam, puts the burden of proof on citizens to establish that they are indeed citizens. The undocumented and the poor will bear the brunt of this approach. The proposed format for enumerating the NPR only exacerbates this concern and adds a third axis to the ongoing confusion and turmoil. It is correct that the NPR is not about citizenship but only about residency. However, when additional questions such as place of birth of father and mother, etc. are being proposed for the forthcoming exercise, the concern that this may be a prelude to the NRIC is logical. Instead of coming clean and reassuring the public on its plans, the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party (BJP) has sought to muddle the debate further by pointing out that the Congress-led United Progressive Alliance (UPA) had prepared the NPR in 2010. It is nobody's argument that the state should not enumerate the population or collect data on the people, which are all essential for providing good governance. Never in the past, including when a part of India broke away as Pakistan on the basis of religion, did the prospects of a religious test for citizenship appear even remotely in this country. In 2014, the BJP election manifesto explicitly stated that India was a natural homeland for persecuted Hindus, and Mr. Modi made the now familiar, and extremely problematic, distinction between infiltrators and refugees. With the passage of the CAA, and the announcement of the NRIC, there is enough factual basis for doubting the government's claim that the NPR has nothing to do with the NRIC. In the current climate of panic among a significant section of the country's poor and the Muslim minorities, the government, at the highest levels, must speak up to bolster their confidence in India's constitutional democracy. Equivocation, and polarizing grandstanding on the CAA, the NRIC, and now the NPR, may yield political dividends for the government but at a very high cost to the nation. This is the time to douse the fire, not add fuel to it. Decisive shift, on Chief of Defense Staff The Hindu. The government has acted with reasonable alacrity to create the post of the Chief of Defense Staff (CDs), who will head the Department of Military Affairs (DMA). It was only 4 months ago, on August 15, that the Prime Minister stressed the importance of creating this post, whereas 2 defense ministers came and went after Manohar Parrikar promised that this move was very much on the government's agenda. To be fair, the delay has been more a result of fears in the minds of the 3 services, the Indian Army, Indian Navy and Indian Air Force, of how such a development could impact on the role and functioning of the 3 arms of the armed forces, in terms of curtailing or inflating their importance. There must have been a parallel thought in the bureaucracy how such a shift would affect them too. This move will install the CDs, in the rank of a 4-star general, as Secretary, DMA. There is no doubt that the job of the CDs will be exceedingly challenging, a task which is easier said than done. The job calls for total transformation of traditional military mindset. The CDs has to restructure the military commands into appropriate theater or joint commands, for which a critical prerequisite is jointness, a term that envisions the various arms of the armed forces working in unison towards a goal. This is a very tall order, considering India's experience. Since independence, the armed forces have been working separately, with no concept of jointness. The only jointness that comes into play effectively is when officers of the various services go to courses in, say, Wellington, at the Defense Services Staff College, or at the National Defense College, Delhi. All that will have to change, and change quickly, for a variety of reasons, not least the security environment in the region, with the Americans preparing to move out of Afghanistan and the restiveness consequent to the dilution of Article 370. According to the cabinet release, the new incumbent will have 3 years to achieve this. It flows from this urgency therefore that the name of the next CDs will have to be soon announced. It is also necessary that the first incumbent is given a term of 3 years so as to be able to carry the ambitious vision laid out in the cabinet note through to its conclusion. The job is strategic, requires personal supervision, and cannot be left unfinished for the successor to finish. Given the challenges and the limited time frame within which to accomplish it, allowances will have to be made for attendant hiccups. In CAA narrative, Finding the Judiciary's Lost Voice, The Hindu. This is a watershed moment for the judiciary not to falter and for judges to undo the wrongs of the past. The recent enactment of the amendments to the Citizenship Act have left many, and certainly myself, very disturbed. The legislation itself is undoubtedly problematic and is compounded by the linkages with the National Register of Citizens, NRC. I was a part of a People's Tribunal on the deployment of the NRC in Assam, and we found that even though it was conducted under the aegis of the court, it was a disastrous exercise with terrifying consequences. The protests that have followed the Citizenship Amendment Act (CAA) 2019 were not surprising, but the manner in which the protesters were treated certainly is. The reaction of the law and order machinery to what were essentially student-led peaceful protests has led to incidents of violence and loss of property across the country, which is terribly unfortunate. This is a reflection of the times we live in and signals that the youth in our country have to spend the next significant amount of time battling a leadership that comes across, at once, as communal and authoritarian. Subdued judiciary. At such times, empathy is but a natural reaction, particularly from a generation that has lived through and seen the worst of the authoritarian regime that was the emergency. In this context, what I personally feel worse about is that the voice of the judiciary in this narrative is either almost entirely absent or has been overwhelmed by a strong executive. The CAA is touted as a fast-track means of granting citizenship by naturalization to what it identifies as persecuted minorities, Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, Jains, Parsis and Christians, from 3 neighboring countries, Afghanistan, Bangladesh and Pakistan. Those belonging to these communities from these countries will not, as per the law, be regarded as illegal immigrants. Restrictive definition. Since the bill was proposed, and after it was eventually enacted, we have seen multiple perspectives emerge that offer frameworks of different kinds to explain the legislation and the politics surrounding it. The primary, and arguably, the most important view is that the legislation is unconstitutional. It is so for many reasons, not least that it is arbitrary and violates the right to equality before the law enshrined in Article 14 of the Indian Constitution. It deliberately marginalizes Muslims as a minority community, and uses religious identity as the basis for granting citizenship. In doing so, it erodes the spirit of the Constitution. There is no legislative basis for singling out persecution of religious minorities as the basis for granting Indian citizenship, just as there is no logic in restricting, fast-track, naturalization to persons from 3 countries alone. Surely, persecution of any kind ought to be the sole criterion for granting citizenship to immigrants. Restricting the definition of persecution in this manner erodes the premise on the basis of which the Republic of India was constructed, and ignores the historical realities of the freedom struggle, founded on principles of equality and diversity, which brought us independence. Alternative perspectives exist too, on the opposite side of the spectrum, fueling a narrative that the CAA is not harmful at all and is intended merely to offer amnesty and a speedy route for legitimate migration. Arguably, this narrative, that the CAA is not harmful, is a more important issue than the question of constitutionality, for it tries to sweep under the carpet the grand design that this legislation forms a small part of a religious nationalism. What is the grand design, you may well ask? On the face of it, the implications of the CAA is to isolate individuals who identify as belonging to the Muslim community. If you restrict the understanding of the law, as the government would have it, to applying it only to immigrants, then this law automatically makes Muslim immigrants second-class priorities when they are on Indian soil, even though they may have made the long trek to India for the same reasons, poverty, political persecution, etc., that drove their Hindu or Christian neighbors out. If you expand the understanding of this law, as the government has overtly done, by linking the NRC to the CAA, it has implications of making all Muslims in India second-class citizens. In doing so, this law and policy subverts and even destroys fundamental constitutional principles of secularism, fraternity, and humanity. The roots of this lie in the ideology of cultural and religious nationalism propagated by Hindutva icons, i.e., Vinayak Damodar Savarkar and his ilk, with Savarkar propounding that the ideal was the Hindu Rashtra, state, Hindu Jati, race, and Hindu Sanskriti, culture. In the form of religious nationalism, this ideology envisages a nation under Hindu rule, a Hindu Rashtra in Akhand Bharat, a united India, premised on the belief that only Hindus can claim the territory of British India as the land of their ancestry, i.e. Pitrubhumi, and the land of their religion, i.e. the Punyabhumi. In this context, Muslims and Christians are viewed as foreigners who are not indigenous to the territory of India, and whose religion originated in a separate holy land. My personal background links up with this narrative in more ways than many would imagine. My maternal grandfather was the president of the Hindu Mahasabha in the 1940s, and the first writings that I was ever exposed to in my school days were Savarkar's works. Writing in 1938, when Hitler was on the rise, Savarkar justified Hitler's policies towards the Jews and driving them away from the motherland. He said, "A nation is formed by a majority living therein." What did the Jews do in Germany? They, being in minority, were driven out from Germany. While absorbing what I read as a child, and admiring, even now, his poetry, I was also always questioning the Mahasabha as an institution, attempting to understand what prompted their actions. Even in those times, I was especially struck by Savarkar's obsession with fascist dictators of the times, notably Hitler and Mussolini. The ideological positions on marginalization, majoritarianism, and constitutionality taken by the Hindu Mahasabha and its successors have been consistent, but in their consistency, they have also revealed flaws in holding on to an imaginary idea of a Hindu Rashtra, and disengaging from the reality of a culturally, linguistically, and religiously diverse, modern India. Because the CAA is immoral, a people's movement is inevitable and necessary, for otherwise the fundamental principles on which the constitutional idea of India rests will be destroyed for something that can render deep wounds forever. A turning point. In the wake of the CAA protests, the Chief Justice of India reportedly said that if protesters wanted to take to the streets, then they need not approach the courts. Some could read this statement as a sort of warning that good behavior was a prerequisite for obtaining justice. In any event, in a democracy, protest and a recourse to the judiciary are options that are legitimately available to the people. Indeed, to dissent or protest is the lifeline of a democracy. But, what is the judiciary supposed to do when society as a whole is protesting? In such a scenario, as is playing out now, there is no clear line that can be drawn between declaring protesters as good or bad. Historically, Indian courts have had a checkered history in tackling circumstances where they are the final arbiter. Especially when faced with a powerful executive, courts have tended to falter, the emergency being a case in point. This is a watershed moment for this generation of judges to undo the wrongs done by their predecessors 40 years ago to the people of India. We eagerly await these reparations. Ajit Prakash Shah is a former Chief Justice of the Delhi High Court and former chairperson of the Law Commission of India. Up and Away, The Indian Express. Published, December 28, 2019, 12 hours 18 minutes and 2 seconds am. Reports are trickling in of the brutal police action inside the campus of Aligarh Muslim University, including in hostels. A chapter in the history of the Indian Air Force, IAF, came to an end with the last of the MiG-27 fighter aircraft flying into the sunset at Jodhpur on Friday, 35 years after they were first inducted. Not only will it be the last of the MiG-27s, it will also be one of the last aircraft from the MiG family of fighter jets with the IAF. The first MiG, which stands for the tongue-twisting Mikoyan-Gurevich, came from the erstwhile Soviet Union, in the aftermath of the 1962 Chinese debacle, selected over competing aircraft offered by the United States, and soon to be made in India. The MiGs went on to be the major warhorse of the IAF, serving with aplomb in the 1965 and 1971 wars against Pakistan, and the MiG-27 particularly rendered yeoman service during the Kargil conflict, where it flew under strict operating limitations imposed by the political leadership. Its performance surprised the Pakistanis, but it perhaps equally surprised the IAF, which had worried about the moniker of flying coffins, attached to MiG aircraft after multiple crashes. The MiGs again proved their mettle in the short aerial combat after the Balakot strike, where the IAF claimed that Wing Commander in Hanandan had shot down a Pakistani F-16 even though he was himself shot down and taken captive in the bargain. The MiG-27 will go, but no obituaries will be written for it, as it leaves the IAF with a severe shortage of fighter jets in its fleet. Authorized 42 squadrons, it has two-thirds that number in its kitty. If India faces a military crisis in the near future, along with God and the soldier we adore, the much-maligned MiG-27 aircraft will be remembered as well. Uncertain still, The Indian Express. By Editorial, updated, December 28, 2019, 12 hours 30 minutes and 10 seconds am. Reports are trickling in of the brutal police action inside the campus of Aligarh Muslim University, including in hostels. Prime Minister Narendra Modi tweeted congratulations to President Ashraf Ghani of Afghanistan for his election victory, but the Ministry of External Affairs has rightly been more cautious. The recently declared results of the September 28 Afghan elections are only preliminary, and there is a long way yet to go for the final results. Ghani has polled over 50% of the 1.86 votes counted, but has crossed the halfway mark by an extremely thin margin of some 11,600 votes. The results have been contested by his nearest rival Abdullah Abdullah, who polled 39.5% of the votes and has questioned the validity of the counting. He wants 3,000,000 votes invalidated for various irregularities, including that at least a third of them seem to have been cast after voting hours. Protests by his supporters stalled the counting for days, one of the reasons for the delay in announcing this tentative result. The Independent Election Complaints Commission will look into all the complaints, and it could be another month by the time final results are declared. If it takes on board Abdullah's demand for invalidating a substantial number of votes, a second-round runoff between the two top candidates is not ruled out. With the votes divided on ethnic lines, the Pashtun South seems to have voted with Ghani and the non-Pashtun North with Abdullah. The stability of any new government will need the cooperation of all political actors, especially as they all have to deal eventually with a force that has been inimical to the election process and the idea of a democratic Afghanistan. Even as it engaged in talks with the U.S. for the withdrawal of American troops, the Taliban carried out violent attacks in the run-up to the election. The fear of bombings and violence on election day had an impact on the turnout, the lowest for any election, post 9/11, and in many areas under Taliban control, polling stations could not open. The recently resumed U.S. peace talks with the Taliban, after they were called off abruptly by President Donald Trump just ahead of the election, bring more uncertainty into the mix. But with weeks to go, if not months, before the tortuously slow election process comes up with the final results, it would be no surprise either if the U.S. announces that it has reached an agreement with the Taliban. The two sides were close at the time of Trump's cancellation, even before a government has taken office in Kabul. Legality is not enough, the Indian Express. Written by Kapil Sibal, published December 28, 2019, 12 hours 15 minutes and 8 seconds am. A political party which has a discriminatory, divisive agenda cannot occupy the high moral ground because it won an election by including a divisive agenda in its manifesto. File photo. I am both saddened and concerned about the public discourse that we witness on television channels over the Citizenship Amendment Act, 2019. Bhakts contend that since Parliament has cleared the legislation, those opposing it should await the outcome of the challenge in the court or come to power in 2024 to undo it, as if peaceful protests are not part of our constitutional vocabulary. History has witnessed, often enough, the tyranny of the majority. The minority is seldom oppressive. Majoritarian diktats can never be legitimized by the passage of bills in Parliament. These thoughtless denizens should know that courts have often delegitimized legislation by striking them down. Also, courts have on occasion erred in upholding laws that are unconstitutional. Remember, the right to protest peacefully is a fundamental right. No argument, no court, no majority can diminish it. Bhakts then contend that this was part of the BJP's manifesto, and having won by a bigger margin in 2019, the legislation is no more than honoring its commitment to the people. Again, the argument is a non-starter. A commitment cannot be clothed with legality merely because a majoritarian government got it passed in Parliament. Even if the law passes the test of legality, it may still be repressive, can instill fear and target communities. Remember, Section 377 of the Indian Penal Code was good law, and yet targeted communities. Even though it has been struck down, the community is still targeted. Legality on most occasions is divorced from reality. Discrimination is an ugly word. The Constitution abhors it, yet people both embrace and encourage it. A political party which has a discriminatory, divisive agenda cannot occupy the high moral ground because it won an election by including a divisive agenda in its manifesto. The most ill-conceived argument is that both the law and its makers are being unduly vilified. They only seek to clear the way for members of certain persecuted communities, including Hindus, to be conferred the status of citizens, even if they have illegally entered India from Pakistan, Bangladesh and Afghanistan. The assumption is that they illegally entered India because they were persecuted in these Islamic countries, whereas Muslims who entered India without papers were mere illegal migrants. There are serious fallacies in this argument. First, one wonders how the government knows of the individual intentions of all non-Muslim illegal immigrants. 2. None of them have claimed at the time that they entered India illegally that they were being persecuted. Nor have they made any such claim thereafter to any authority in India. They certainly are not refugees, since a refugee is one who seeks refuge and thus claims protection. One wonders how the BJP, and the two in 2019, came to the conclusion that all non-Muslims, namely Hindus, Sikhs, Christians, Buddhists, Jains and Parsis, were all persecuted when they illegally entered India. For Amit Shah to say that this was a part of the BJP's commitment in the 2014 manifesto is a lie. Apart from a fleeting reference to welcoming Hindus, persecuted around the world, to seek refuge in India, being their natural home, the manifesto nowhere refers to persecuted non-Muslims as claimed. It only referred to the demands of refugees from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, Pak. The word refugee is not mentioned anywhere else. With reference to the Northeast, the manifesto refers to illegal immigrants, not refugees, impacting local people's livelihood and employment. In the 2019 election manifesto, the BJP mentioned the problem of illegal immigration, not refugees, in the Northeast and committed to address that problem by initiating a National Register of Citizens (NRC) in Assam, to be expanded in phases to the rest of India. In it, the BJP also committed to enact a citizenship amendment bill for the protection of individuals of religious minority communities from neighboring countries escaping persecution and to also clear the apprehensions of those living in Assam who had agitated against all, whether Hindu or Muslim, illegal migrants' entry into the state, which threatened to destabilize their socio-cultural identity. There was no mention of limiting this exercise to Pakistan, Bangladesh and Afghanistan. In 2014, and prior thereto, the BJP never mentioned persecution of other religious minorities in the neighborhood, with reference to the Northeast or to the rest of India, except for refugees from Pak. How then did the BJP suddenly wake up to this problem only in 2019? The answer perhaps lies in the fact that lakhs of Hindus were excluded from the NRC in Assam. An attempt was made, first in the Supreme Court, to reject the exercise and carry out a review. That did not work. For the BJP to allow such exclusion of Hindus to continue would have been politically suicidal. The only way out was to initiate the CAB to declare all illegal immigrants, other than Muslims, as having been persecuted in the three named Islamic countries through a legislative presumption. If this is allowed, the next step is an NRC exercise in the rest of the country designed to deny all Muslims with no documents the status of citizens. Others who also have no papers will be presumed to have been persecuted, and will therefore be granted the status of citizens. This demonic political agenda must not succeed. If it does, our body politic will have been amputated and our republic scarred. Those rejected will lose their homeland, and we, our brothers and sisters. A partition of exclusion is in the offing. If it happens, the outcome is anybody's guess. Explained, who was Swami Shraddhanand, who fell to bullets in December 1926. Explained News, The Indian Express. By Explained Desk, New Delhi, updated, December 27, 2019, 10 hours 5 minutes and 28 seconds p.m. The meeting with Swami Dayanand was a turning point in Shraddhanand's life. On December 23, 1926, Arya Samaj missionary Swami Shraddhanand was assassinated by a man called Abdul Rashid. According to the Arya Samaj website, Rashid came to Shraddhanand's house on this day and asked to meet him to discuss some problems of Islamic religion. It adds, the visitor then asked for a glass of water, and while Dharm Singh, Shraddhanand's attendant, was taking his glass away, he rushed up to the Swamiji and fired 2 bullets point-blank into his chest. Who was Swami Shraddhanand? Shraddhanand was born on February 22, 1856 at village Talwin in Jalandhar district in Punjab province. Sometime in the early 1880s, he came into contact with Swami Dayanand, the founder of the Arya Samaj. Don't miss from Explained, the story of Faiz Hum Dekhenj, from Pakistan to India, over 40 years. As per the Arya Samaj website, the meeting with Dayanand was a turning point in Mushiram's, as Shraddhanand was known, life. Propagation of the Vedic Dharma was his mission and he never deviated from this path, it says. Shraddhanand wrote a book called Hindu Sangathan. In the book's introduction, he has written, in the following pages an attempt has been made to describe the history of the Hindu decline and to trace the causes which led to its present deplorable downfall. As a corollary, an attempt has been made to show the way to the nation's emancipation. He goes on to write that from 1923 onwards, he threw myself heart and soul into the movement of protection of my people, and the time has come for me to give to the thinking portion of my countrymen the result of my cogitation and experience. Furthermore, he called untouchability a curse, and a blot, on the reputations of the Hindus. Those who enslave and trample under their feet almost one-third of their own kith and kin, have no right to complain of the tyranny of the foreigner. Jawaharlal Nehru on Shraddhanand. About Shraddhanand's assassination, Jawaharlal Nehru has written in his autobiography, the end of that year 1926 was darkened by a great tragedy, which sent a thrill of horror all over India. It showed to what depths communal passion could reduce our people. Swami Shraddhanand was assassinated as he lay in bed. What a death for a man who had bared his chest to the bayonets of the Gurkhas and marched to meet their fire. He added, nearly 8 years earlier, an Arya Samajist leader had stood in the pulpit of the great Jama Masjid of Delhi and preached to a mighty gathering of Muslims and Hindus of unity and India's freedom. And now he lay dead, killed by a fellow countryman, who thought, no doubt, that he was doing a meritorious deed, which would lead him to paradise. What is Arya Samaj? Arya Samaj is a Hindu reform movement that was founded by Dayanand Saraswati in 1875 in Bombay. The movement believes in the infallible authority of the Vedas. Also read, significance of Iran, China, Russia holding joint naval drill in Indian Ocean and Gulf of Oman. According to the website of Arya Samaj Houston, the central objectives of Arya Samaj is to eradicate ignorance, agyan, indigence or poverty, abhav, and injustice, aniya, from this earth. This mission is enshrined in the 10 niyams or principles. The website says that contrary to the misconception, Arya Samaj is not a religion or a new sect in the Hindu religion. For all the latest explained news, download Indian Express app.